whether in the Biden-Harris administration or in Congress for that matter, anyone who would support Hamas just as an organization, never mind the attack that was launched overnight Friday into Saturday into southern Israel. The Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has made the rounds of the Sunday public affairs shows here in Washington, and he not only repeated the U.S. government's support for Israel and its right to defend itself, its territory, and its citizens, but Blinken has also indicated that the U.S. is going to announce some new steps, some new support for Israel as it tries to respond to this attack later on Sunday. We don't know yet the shape of what this support is, but supposedly it is in response to additional aid that the Israeli government has made to Washington in the last 24 hours. It is also worth pointing out that Blinken, during his rounds of phone calls on Saturday, did have occasion to speak with Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian Authority leader, as well as speaking with other regional leaders, including his counterparts in Egypt, in Jordan, in Turkey, really to try to figure out how they all can try to de-escalate tensions, even though at this point it's now about how to end this two-day-long war.
Ros, thanks for that. That's a picture in Washington, D.C. What's the story in Europe? Harry Fawcett standing by there in London for us. And Harry, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has been speaking to some European leaders.
That's right, yes. He says he's spoken to the leaders of Germany, Ukraine, Italy and Britain, saying that each of those leaders expressed their unqualified support for Israel's right to defend itself. Also, another line just coming through from Germany in the last few minutes, that the government is reviewing its policy of aid to Palestinians worth hundreds of millions of euros or US dollars per year. The minister in charge of that program saying these attacks mark a terrible fracture, and some debates between right and left in German politics. Some on the right and the Conservatives saying that a new start is needed and that terrorists should never be funded again. There has also been a much wider scale of condemnation from other European powers as well. I think a lot of the concentration, a lot of the reporting certainly is about the sheer scale of the targeting, killing, kidnapping of civilians on such a huge scale inside Israeli territory and taking so many of those captives back into Gaza. Some of those are being found to be foreign nationals, one missing Britain, one woman whose body was apparently displayed, now said to be a German citizen. So concerns on that front as well, and concerns being expressed about Jewish communities inside Europe as well. The Italian government, the French and German governments talking about the need to ensure security at Jewish sites. And we've had a tweet from the Home Secretary here in the UK, the Interior Minister on Sunday, talking about rejecting and stopping any attempts to stir up hatred against British Jews, doing everything necessary to protect Jewish communities, and showing zero tolerance for what she called the glorification of terrorism. She's calling for the police to use the full force of the law against anyone exhibiting displays of support for Hamas and other such groups.
Harry, thanks for that. That's a picture in Europe. Harry Fawcett reporting from London. Let's cross now to Jan Egeland, who's Secretary-General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, joins us now from Oslo. Good to see you there, Mr. Egeland. First of all, your reaction to this escalating crisis.
Well, a terrible situation has overnight gotten much, much worse. My organization has been on the ground now for decades in Gaza, in the West Bank. It will become much worse now because of this attack against the Israeli civilians. I've followed myself now the Israeli-Palestinian conflict for nearly 50 years. Every time leaders, military and other leaders, choose to exert violence on civilians, they inflict horrors, not only on the other side, but also on their own side. This will become much, much worse in the next days.
Apart from the tragedy of what's happened, it's the fact that it was a seemingly indiscriminate attack by Hamas fighters on just so many Israelis.
Indeed, completely indiscriminate. The rockets are, the missiles are, but also they go around shooting random civilians. They took hostages among random civilians. Of course, this is now the images spread around the world. It's a disaster for the Palestinian cause, because now the retaliation will be enormous. It will again be civilians paying the price. There is one way out, and that is a very strong, united international pressure on all the political and military elites that they have to de-escalate and have to now to look at the root causes for these conflicts.
Yeah, but will they? We've been saying that for decades, haven't we? And the Israeli perspective is that this was an entirely unprovoked attack, and certainly it's time to consider as a matter of urgency the cause and effect here of all those people living under blockade in Gaza, 56 years of military occupation and so on and so forth. But we've talked about that, as I say, for many, many years, and it's got nowhere. And now we are in this terrible situation.
Yes, we are. And then one is talking about teaching the other side a lesson so they will not repeat any violence. Of course, this leads to more cycles of violence. And that's my point. The sides are incapable of putting an end to the endless cycles of violence. That's why we need the US, the Arab countries. There has been talks of late. There can be again talks, but then there has been much more pressure. The retaliation, I mean, the Hamas says this is revenge. Israel will now rightfully say, well, we were attacked. Now we will exert revenge. It will be with children paying the price.
You hear all-round condemnation from the likes of the US, the UK and France, but there's no mention, no reference to the causes behind this. And so why is that, and why is there such a failure of the international effort?
Well, I mean, the international effort, I mean, today, any politicians in the West will look at the Hamas attack and will say, we're with Israel and its right to defend itself. But of course, part of the problem is that we humanitarians, we are neutral, impartial, independent, and on the ground and in this crossfire. What we see is two completely polarized images of what is happening. In large parts of the Arab world, a large part of the non-Western world, they will now watch mosques and apartment blocks and so on being attacked. Of course, in the West, in America and in Israel, they see children being kidnapped, humiliated, killed by armed grown men. Those are the two images, and that they lead to the two sides dehumanizing each other.
Right. From the point of view of people on the ground, and in the, as you say, in the coming crossfire that seems to be inevitably coming, and the children and the elderly and everybody who's there within Gaza about to face this, from a humanitarian perspective, what do you do to prepare for it, and how can you make things easier when it does come?
Well, I mean, we, in Norwegian Refugee Council, we have hundreds of colleagues on the ground in the West Bank and in Gaza. We're there. We have tried to rebuild now time and again in Gaza. Each time you are able to rebuild fewer of the total amount of civilian housing that has been destroyed before there is a new attack. Same thing this time. The border closures will make it very difficult for us to come with relief to people. There will be power shortages, so the health colleagues will not even have power for hospitals, except generators that will soon be lacking fuel. It will be a nightmare even to help the innocent civilians.
Jan Egeland, good to speak to you and get your perspective on this important perspective. Thank you so much. Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, speaking to us from Oslo. Thank you. Pope Francis has called for an end to the attacks and to violence in Israel. In an address to the crowd at St. Peter's Square, he expressed his solidarity with the victims. The head of the Catholic Church said fighting will not solve any problems.
Let
the attacks and weapons cease, please, because it must be understood that terrorism and war bring no solutions, but only the death and suffering of many innocent lives. War is a defeat. Every war is a defeat. Let us pray for peace in Israel and Palestine.
That's the scene in Istanbul, where thousands of people were marching to show their support for Palestinian fighters, many also waving Palestinian flags and chanting slogans in support of Hamas. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is urging both sides to de-escalate tension.
Türkiye olarak bu sabah
On behalf of Turkey and in light of this morning's events in Israel, we invite all parties to act reasonably and to stay away from impulsive steps that raise tensions.
Rallies also held in Yemen's capital of Sana'a, people there celebrating the Al-Aqsa flood military operation by Hamas on a massive scale. In Kuwait, crowds also marching in support for Palestinians in Gaza. Support all round from those regions. Let's get the view now from Iran. Dorsa Jabari joins us from the capital of Tehran. And Dorsa, I understand that the Iranian president has spoken.
Yes, he's issued a statement. First, Ebrahim Raisi said that Iran supports the legitimate defense of the Palestinian nation and that the Zionist regime and its supporters are responsible for jeopardizing the security of other regional countries. And he also, we understand, held two separate phone conversations, one with the head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, and then also with the Secretary General of Islamic Jihad, Ziad al-Nakhaleh. We don't have the context of what was discussed, but we did hear from Hamas saying that the Iranian president expressed his continued support and his country's continuing support for the Palestinian people and their cause. This is something that we've been hearing from various levels of government officials over the past 24 hours. So the Iranian president really taking the time to express the solidarity that Iranian officials have with the resistance movement of the Palestinians.
And also, US President Joe Biden saying outside entities should not get involved in this in any way, particularly pertinent given Hezbollah and sending those mortars over from Lebanon into Sheba Farms.
Yes, certainly. I think that's what everybody here is waiting to see, how it will unfold. The ties between Hezbollah and Iran are strongest, I think, than any other groups in the Middle East. Hezbollah has had a very close relationship to the Iranian establishment since its inception in the revolution of 1979. And I think any conflict they've had with Israel over the past few decades, Iran has been directly behind them, supporting them. We even saw the former Quds, head of the Quds force of the Revolutionary Guard, Qasem Soleimani, when the war was taking place between Hezbollah and Israel, he was seen as assisting the Hezbollah commanders in their daily military drills. So I think it's very clear that Iran has a close relationship with Hezbollah, and what happens between Hezbollah and Israel will certainly have ramifications here. Many are waiting to see how those events will unfold along the border that began early this morning. Certainly, the general mood here is among the establishment and the system is one of victory for the Palestinian resistance movement. Whatever happens next, what they've managed to achieve is something that is historic and that the Iranian establishment is very proud of. We've already seen celebrations at Palestine Square here in the capital, as well as a number of banners that have gone up in some of the big squares in the capital, celebrating what was achieved by the fighters of Hamas. And also, I think there is also a certain level of concern among the general public as to what could happen next. The Israeli defense minister had warned Iran that they are holding Iran responsible for directly supporting these groups and for them being able to carry out these attacks. And their response will not be light. So I think everybody is very concerned here in terms of what could happen next.
All right, Dorsa, thanks for that. So that's a picture from Tehran. Dorsa Jabari reporting. Thank you. Well, funerals have been taking place in the occupied West Bank for Palestinians killed by Israeli forces on Saturday. At least 6 Palestinians were killed in cities across the West Bank in confrontations with Israeli forces. Crowds had come out to show support for Hamas's military operation in Israel. Earlier, my colleague Sami Zidan spoke with Osama Hamdan, senior spokesman for Hamas, and he says Israeli settlers are part of the occupation and they are valid targets.
This is a very important point to be figured. Through the last 20 years, Israel held attacks against Gaza and killed thousands of Palestinians, civilians, and no one has any comment. I watched President Biden talking about standing beside Israel and its attacks against the Palestinians. Well, it's a kind of hypocrisy. He is not talking about the Palestinians who were being killed. Yesterday, a whole family, 18 members family, Shabbat family, were killed this night by Israeli bombing in an airstrike on their own house where there is no militants there. They were only civilians. While when we are talking about the settlers, you are not talking about civilians like the Palestinians. You are talking about settlers who are armed, who came to occupy
but if I may, the Israelis, if the Israelis are targeting and killing innocent Palestinian civilians, that does not mean in international law it's acceptable for Palestinian groups to target and kill Israeli civilians, right?
It's not accepted to attack civilians according to international law. And
to come back to my question, so why? Let me, if I may, read to you a statement by Amnesty International, which is condemning the targeting by Israel of Palestinian civilians, but it's also condemning, in a statement by October the 7th, saying Palestinian armed groups must refrain from targeting civilians and using indiscriminate weapons, acts amounting to war crimes. Is Amnesty wrong?
Well, I have to say that you have to differentiate between the settlers and the civilians. The settlers, according to the international law, they are not civilians. They are weaponed. They attack the Palestinians. They in fact shoot it against the Palestinians. So you have to differentiate between both issues, the civilians and the settlers, who are not, according to the international law, civilians. And we
so under international law, firing rockets, which is what Amnesty is saying, firing rockets are indiscriminate weapons that can hurt and do hurt civilians.
Well, we hope that Amnesty can urge the international community to either to make an end for the Israeli occupation or to urge them to send more developed weapons to attack just only the soldiers, because we are not targeting on purpose the civilians. You know, there is a huge amount of civilian targets inside occupied lands 1948, which Hamas is not aiming on or targeting them. We have declared that the settlers, they are part of the occupation, and the settlers, they are part of the armed Israeli power. They are not normal civilians as they are named all the time.
All right, time to take a look at some other news now. And the death toll from Saturday's earthquake in Afghanistan has risen sharply to more than 2,000. That's according to Taliban officials. Here's a young girl who was pulled out alive from the rubble. The magnitude 6.3 earthquake devastated 4 villages in Herat province. The World Health Organization within the country says it's dispatched 12 ambulances to the affected region to try and evacuate casualties to hospitals. Turkey says it's killed 58 Kurdish fighters in northern Syria in overnight attacks on military targets. The strikes come nearly a week after a bomb attack in Ankara wounded 2 police officers. The outlawed Kurdistan Workers' Party, the PKK, claim responsibility. Turkey says the attackers came from Syria, but the US-backed Syrian Democratic Forces, which is a coalition of rebel groups led by Syrian Kurdish fighters, has denied this. More than 22,000 families have been affected by flash floods in the northeastern Indian state of Sikkim. At least 44 people were killed when a glacial lake burst its banks. That was on Wednesday. A military court in the Democratic Republic of Congo has sentenced a member of parliament to death on charges of treason and involvement in the M23 rebel movement. The lawyer for Edouard Mwanga Chuchu, who was not present at the sentencing, denounced the trial as based on ethnic hatred. The death penalty is often handed down in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but has not been applied for 20 years. Elections in Germany's largest state of Bavaria are being seen as a test of where Europe's largest economy is heading. Polls show increasing support for the far-right party, the Alternative for Germany party, the AfD. Traditionally, the party is stronger in the east of the country, but with migration dominating this election campaign, the anti-immigration party is gaining support in the west as well. Step Vassen reports now from Munich.
To these protesters, it's clear what the Alternative for Germany party stands for. Nazis, get out, they shout. On the other side of the fence, leaders of the AfD are campaigning for parliament seats in Bavaria.
Our most important point is that we want to stop migration. We want pushback centres at Germany's borders, and we want to stop giving cash money to refugees and reject all illegal immigrants.
Polls show the AfD could become the second largest party in Bavaria.
Listening to their campaign, it sounds like Germany has only one problem, and that is migration and the arrival of refugees. But limiting the number of asylum seekers is not only a popular theme for the far right, other parties are campaigning on it as well. Yet economists say that Germany needs nearly 500,000 foreign workers to keep its economy going, and that's a message that politicians here seem to avoid.
Bavaria's Prime Minister Markus Söder of the largest party, the conservative CSU, wants migration to be capped. While facing strong competition, the CSU is expected to win this election.
We say yes to helping people, but we urge our Chancellor in Berlin to have a clear plan and stop uncontrollable migration.
At a reception center in Munich, these refugees from Sierra Leone have been traveling for months through dozens of countries. They tell us that Germany is their best hope for protection. Bavaria has registered more than 30,000 asylum seekers this year, an increase of nearly 80% on 2022. But that's less than half the number of refugees who arrived in 2015. Municipalities have been struggling to house them, and new shelters like this one near Munich are being built, sometimes against the will of local residents.
The focus is always on refugees, refugees and refugees. For us Germans, not much has been done. When you look at the prices, normal workers like us can hardly afford our groceries any longer, nor pay our rent.
A sentiment often heard during this election campaign.
It scares me. We have come here because we don't have any opportunities at home. We work hard to contribute, and we should overcome any divisions together. Extremism does not help Germany.
Others are concerned as well. Ahead of the vote, more than 30,000 people took to the streets in Munich to protest against the rise of the right. Soon they'll know what the response of nearly 10 million Bavarian voters will be. Step Vassen, Al Jazeera, Munich.
The latest from the Israel-Gaza conflict, 659 Israelis killed, more than 300 Palestinians. That's it. Emily, my colleague, will be here shortly with more.
Thought-provoking answers.
But the patient doesn't have time to wait for all that.
That's extremely unfortunate, but there are no quick wins in dementia research.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Do you feel like America is less segregated these days, or is it just a different form?
I think that democracy is a process.
Facing realities.
Do you fear that the fracture is already starting, with the G7 and the US on one side, China and the BRICS on the other?
I think there is a huge risk of that to happen.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Mining the world's biggest ocean could be key to fighting climate change and transforming Pacific Island economies. In the second of two special reports, 101 East investigates what's at stake on Al Jazeera.
And he comes home to win the Qatar Grand Prix.
The Geneva International Motor Show is coming to Qatar. jimsqa.com.
The presidents of Mexico and Colombia, the two countries most affected by cartel violence, are spearheading an effort to change the global fight against narcotics.
Solving the scourge of drug addiction and violence lies in addressing its causes with a new criteria, not only thinking about coercive measures.
The two presidents led an international conference in the Colombian city of Cali, in which 19 countries agreed on a 10-point document that the war on drugs is a failure and requires a revision.
Colombia and Mexico hope this conference in Cali will be the first step towards a more comprehensive response to this worldwide problem.
Hello, I'm Emily Angwin. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, the number of Israelis killed in the war against Gaza rises to 659, and more than 300 Palestinians are dead as the unprecedented attack by Hamas catches Israel's military off guard. Israel launches a barrage of strikes on Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vows to turn the Palestinian territory into a deserted island. The toll for one family. A sole survivor mourns after his entire family is killed in an Israeli airstrike on Gaza. On the ground, fierce battles between Hamas fighters and Israeli forces continue in several areas across southern Israel. And video emerges of a massacre at a rave. Hamas raids a desert dance festival near the Gaza frontier, reports of dozens killed. Welcome to the program. It's 1500 GMT and 6 p.m. on the Gaza Strip. Israel's government has officially declared its country is at war. The declaration gives the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister expanded powers. The Gaza-Israel war is well into its second day. The number of Israelis killed has surpassed 650 since Hamas launched its biggest attack on Israel by land, air and sea early on Saturday. Hundreds of Israelis were attending a music festival in southern Israel when the assault began. Dozens of bodies have since been discovered, including burnt-out cars, in an area called Reem, bordering Gaza. Israel continued to launch strikes on Gaza on Sunday, damaging buildings. At least 370 Palestinians have been killed so far. Israel has also deployed troops along the Lebanon border. That after Hezbollah targeted 3 Israeli military positions in the disputed Sheba farms. Rob Reynolds has this report from southern Israel near the Gaza border.
Palestinian fighters from Gaza infiltrated close to the major Israeli city of Ashkelon Sunday and exchanged fire with Israeli forces. The fighters were pursued, driving a car believed to have been seized from one of the settlements near the Gaza Strip. In a shootout with Israeli troops and police, an undetermined number of Israelis were killed. The fate of the Palestinian fighters is unclear. To the north, near the Lebanese border, explosions in the occupied Shiva farms and Kfar Shuba hills on Sunday morning may develop into a serious escalation of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The Israeli army says it has fired artillery shells on Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon. It comes shortly after Hezbollah fighters launched a rocket attack on an Israeli military post.
In solidarity with the Palestinian resistance and their struggle, groups from the martyr commander Hajj Ahmad Mughniya in the Islamic resistance this morning attacked 3 positions of the Zionist occupation in the occupied Sheba Farms area. A large number of artillery shells and guided missiles were fired at the radar site, the Zibdin site, and the Ruwaysat al-Alam site. The sites were hit directly.
In Gaza City, the Palestinians woke up to scenes of death and destruction following a night of Israeli bombardment. Israeli rockets leveled residential homes and business towers across the city. The Ministry of Health in Gaza reports the killing of over 300 people, including 20 children, with nearly 2,000 injured. From this point at an Israeli roadblock about 10 kilometers from the border, we can clearly hear the sounds of Israeli artillery, gunboats in the Mediterranean, and tanks all firing on Gaza. Israel says it's only the beginning of a long campaign to punish Hamas following unprecedented attacks on Israel Saturday.
There are tens of thousands of military personnel in the surrounding areas near Gaza. We will continue to arrive to every settlement until we kill all the gunmen who are inside Israeli territory.
The land, air, and sea attack by Al-Qassam brigades and other groups left hundreds of Israelis dead and many more wounded. The Israeli army has announced the names of 26 soldiers, which it says were killed in the attacks. An unknown number of military and civilians have been taken prisoner by Palestinian fighters. Israeli media quoted unofficial sources saying up to 750 Israelis are still unaccounted for. Details of Saturday's attack continue to emerge. This video, published by the Al-Qassam brigades, shows its fighters taking control of the Raim military base, headquarters of the Israeli Gaza division. In response to the Israeli night raids on Gaza, Al-Qassam brigades launched a second wave of attacks, targeting Tel Aviv with more than 150 rockets. The extent of Israel's operation is still unclear, with its army putting out messages to Palestinian civilians in villages around the city of Gaza, telling them to evacuate. That could be a sign Israel intends a land invasion of the Strip. And despite calls for an end to hostilities coming from Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, there's no sign of the immediate offers of mediation that used to follow every previous Israeli war on Gaza. Rob Reynolds, Al Jazeera in southern Israel near the border with Gaza.
We have a team of correspondents covering all elements of this story. Tarek Abu Azoum is live for us inside Gaza. Sarah Hayrat is in West Jerusalem. Nida Ibrahim is in Ramallah. And Zaina Hoda is in southern Lebanon near the border with Israel. Let's begin with Tarek first. What's the situation where you are at the moment? It's heading into the evening in Gaza, just after 6 p.m. How are residents preparing for another night of strikes?
Well, for the second day in a row, Palestinians are witnessing severe drastic conditions inside the Gaza Strip. Before half an hour ago, the Israeli Air Forces leveled to the ground the Palestinian Islamic National Bank right quite about far away from us, about 100 meters in a Ramal neighborhood, actually. The attacks leveled to the ground all the civil infrastructure inside the street itself without any previous notice from the Israeli army. According to the Palestinian Ministry of Health, the death toll has rose to reach more than 380 Palestinians killed, with more than 2,200 others injured during today's early attacks on the Gaza Strip. Now, as you can clearly see in the background, with no electricity inside the Gaza Strip, with more than 80% of the Palestinian houses now are without electricity. Gaza now has been sunk in the dark, facing a new nightmare of new Israeli attacks on the Gaza civil houses. In terms of the medical team's efforts, in fact, the medical teams are buckling the time in order to rescue Palestinian victims who have been stuck under the rubble of their destroyed houses by the Israeli air raids. According to the latest reports released from the Gaza Strip, more than 30 Palestinian residential units was leveled to the ground since the early eruption of this round of fighting between Hamas and the Israeli occupation forces. This is the current situation now in the Gaza Strip. Everything now will deteriorate as the night's hours really loom over the heads of Gazans, and Gazans now are prepared for more violent attacks could be carried out possibly by the Israeli army tonight.
Certainly a tense night ahead, Tarek. The Israeli Prime Minister has been warning people near the Gaza Strip to evacuate, but that's not a possibility for many Palestinians, is it?
Well, actually, this step has been taken seriously by the Israeli army before yesterday, generally. They have sent different notices and messages throughout smartphones and cell phones to a diversity of Eastern citizens who are residing in the eastern borders of the Gaza Strip, informing them that it's absolutely necessary to leave your houses and to evacuate your houses and to move forward to central cities inside the Gaza city or the capital Gaza city. And the majority of citizens, actually, they evacuated from their houses. They tend to move to UNRWA schools, main in fact, which has been later targeted by the Israeli occupation forces. Now, the majority of Palestinians who are displaced from their own houses, they are right now inside the UNRWA schools looking for safe shelter away from the Israeli bombardment.
All right, thanks for bringing us up to speed, Tarek Abu Azum, with a tense night ahead. Thank you so much. Let's cross to Sarah Khairat now, who is in West Jerusalem for us. And Sarah, you've got some breaking news. Israel's Knesset has just declared that the nation is officially at war. What more can you tell us?
That's right. The cabinet had voted in, it seems, on the Article 40 Aleph, which was last used for the October 6th war, which just shows you the scale of what's happening right now. And what that means is that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, can make major military decisions and taking major military action. That has to go through a Knesset committee tomorrow, rather. But effectively, it means that the country has declared war, and it makes it more legally binding. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday made that very clear, as well as the defense minister in many of their statements, that this country, Israel, is at war. It also means that both the Prime Minister and Defense Minister can make decisions without having to consult the cabinet every time. So that just gives you a sense of this being unprecedented again, because the last time this happened, which was on what Israelis considered one of their blackest days, which was October 6th war in 1973, when they were confronted in the same surprising way by Egyptian and Syrian forces. So that's in terms of the cabinet. What we also have been hearing as a sidebar to this, and with what's been going on in Lebanon, I know my colleague Zaina is going to go into details with that, but we're also hearing that there are people along that border with Lebanon. They're warning them to be prepared in case of any need of evacuation. So that's the situation in terms of that. Also, when you look at neighbouring Egypt, it's trying, it seems, it started an initiative by trying to speak to Hamas and convince them to let go, based on age, of any of the captives, the Israelis, that they took over across the border, which includes the elderly, a couple of babies that have been seen in videos, as well as children. How successful that's going to be, it's hard to tell. Hamas has been very clear that they will hold on to those that they've kidnapped until they've said, before Israel completely removes itself from any of the occupied territories and stops its occupation in occupied West Bank, as well as East Jerusalem, and of course to end the blockade on Gaza.
Plenty of moving parts. Thanks for the update, Sarah Khairat in West Jerusalem. Let's head to Nida Ibrahim now, who's standing by for us in Ramallah. Hello there, Nida. What's been the reaction out of Ramallah, where you are, to the events of the past 30 hours?
Let me show you the reaction that we've been seeing here in the streets of Ramallah. In addition to the general strike that we've witnessed all across the occupied West Bank, we've been seeing some Palestinians gather and take to the streets in support of the latest operation that has been basically initiated by Hamas against Israel. Also, we've been hearing Palestinians calling for national unity, for Palestinian factions to reunite and launch attacks against Israeli targets here in the occupied West Bank. I've been speaking to one of the people here. He's been telling me that what did Israel expect when it went above and beyond in its occupation, when it already elected the most right-wing government, when it was overconfident and treated the occupied West Bank as its own, in addition to keeping people in the besieged Gaza Strip in an open-air prison. He was saying to me that if the root cause of the problem is not resolved, this is how the people are going to be reacting. Because he's been telling me that people feel that no one cares about them. The Arab leaders, some of them, and the Arab regimes have already normalized relations with Israel. Also, we're talking about the international community and its declining interest here in the conflict that has been taking decades and decades. So he was saying, you know what, we only have ourselves if we were to be free from Israel's continuous occupation. And indeed, it's been already tense here in the occupied West Bank before this major escalation. We're talking about the deadliest year in nearly 2 decades. We're talking about dozens of Israeli military raids on average per day. We're talking about arrests, use of lethal force against Palestinians, and most importantly, lack of accountability. So people here say what's happening now is a natural reaction to Israeli violations against the Palestinian people.
All right, we'll leave it there. Nida Ibrahim for us in Ramallah. And as we've heard, Hezbollah fighters have shelled territory under Israeli occupation with mortar strikes. Israel then followed with artillery fire. Sheba Farms is situated along the border between Lebanon and Syria's Golan Heights, which was occupied by Israel in 1967. For more on this angle, we'll bring in Zaina Khoda, who joins us live from southern Lebanon. Zaina, what's the significance of these strikes and the area in which they occurred? Break it down for us.
Well, Hezbollah says it is showing support and solidarity with its ally, the Palestinian movement Hamas. Yesterday, Hamas called on armed groups in Lebanon to join the fighting against Israel. But Hezbollah is treading carefully. It is trying to avoid a wider escalation or a wider confrontation, if you like, with the Israelis, at least for the time being. And that is why it chose to target Israeli positions in the Sheba Farms region. This is an area that Lebanon considers occupied by Israel. So Hezbollah can tell everyone that this is a normal reaction because they are fighting occupation. But at the same time, Hezbollah officials have made clear that they are not going to remain neutral in the conflict in Gaza, in the war between Hamas and Israel, and that they will support their Palestinian brothers, in their words. And they even told the Israelis and the United States, quote, "Stop this foolishness, or else the whole region will be involved in this war." So you have Hezbollah telling the Israelis that the equation of uniting fronts, the different fronts, the different groups that form the so-called axis of resistance against Israel, will launch attacks and open different fronts, putting more pressure on the Israeli government.
Zaina, as you mentioned, Hezbollah is treading carefully, but for how long can it stay out of this conflict, do you think?
Well, it will really depend on the events unfolding in Gaza. How much pressure the Palestinian group Hamas will face. Right now, to a certain extent, the Hamas does have the upper hand. At least this is the feeling among Hezbollah officials and other observers. But if things change, then maybe Hezbollah will have to step up the pressure. So this is going to be a slow and gradual process. was because Hezbollah knows this is not going to be an easy decision. It will be a costly decision. War is costly, even though Hezbollah's arsenal has improved and advanced since the last war with Israel in 2006. Israel can hurt Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Hezbollah has political opponents in this country, a lot of enemies who feel that it is not up to the group to decide whether or not this country is dragged into a war. And, you know, they do blame Hezbollah for implementing, if you like, the agenda of Iran instead of working for the interests of the state of Lebanon.
Thanks for breaking it all down for us. Zaina Hoda in southern Lebanon. Al Jazeera, meanwhile, has obtained exclusive footage showing Hamas fighters storming a military post north of the Gaza Strip. The video shows tens of Qassam Brigade's fighters breaking through a security wall with an explosive device and then entering the Erez military post. The fighters battled Israeli soldiers, killing a number of them and taking at least 3 captives. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's senior political analyst now, Marwan Bashara, who joins us from Paris. Marwan, thanks for being on this news hour. As we've been reporting, Israel's Knesset has just declared the nation is officially at war. So this is clearly just the beginning, with many more lives likely to be lost in the coming days, weeks and even months ahead.
Yes, absolutely. Just yesterday, early in the morning, as soon as I appeared on TV, judging from the scenes, I thought, and I said, this is war in the, the most dramatic way possible, and that this is, something qualitatively different from anything that we've seen before, including the last Israel wars in Gaza, the past 4 Israel's war in Gaza, that there is something qualitatively different, that this is a game changer, and that this will end up transforming Israel, Palestine, and perhaps the region. And I think now that Israel, the more powerful party, the occupier, is trying to regain the initiative and trying to heal its wound and regain some of its lost honor and credibility from the attack, I think we've already seen the signs of disproportionate use of force. I think we'll probably see much more of that. And to my understanding, knowing the ideology of the ministers of this Israeli government, fanatic and fascists as they are, this could really become very tragic.
It already has been, Marwan. How likely is it, do you think, that this could spill over into a wider conflict? As we heard from our correspondent, Zaina Hoda, Hezbollah has inflicted strikes from Lebanon targeting 3 Israeli military positions in that disputed area of Sheba Farms. So this certainly could escalate, couldn't it?
It could, but for the time being, the message is that we are ready for you, and don't try to, for example, reoccupy Gaza or the West Bank. And that's what I meant, by the way, when I said even more tragic. Because Israel has a number of options now that will make the last 24 hours to look like children's game. Because yes, hundreds of people have died and many others were wounded and so on. But I think a wider war with that sort of bombing that we are seeing and possible reoccupation and perhaps expulsion of Palestinians will take this to a whole dramatic new level and will lead to more escalations among Palestinian Israelis as people, not just as army versus guerrilla. Because let's all remember that among the 7 million Palestinians and 7 million Israelis living in historic Palestine today, in total proximity of maximum of 6 kilometers, it's very difficult to see how you're going to keep separating them when a war of this sort, in this scale, after this last operation, could really limit the violence to organized violence between a government and a guerrilla. And I think the idea that this could actually spill out to communities in Israel-Palestine could be quite, again, tragic.
In the coming hours, the United Nations Security Council will hold an emergency closed-door meeting or consultation. What opportunity is there for mediation, if any, and who is in a position to help negotiate a de-escalation?
I doubt there is any room for any negotiations. I don't think Israel which has already gotten the green light, even carte blanche, I would say, from its Western partners, notably the United States, will be in the mood, let alone in a position to accept any sorts of ceasefire. As I said earlier, it's going to be very important for this government to try and recover some of its lost strategic, political, psychological credibility that it lost. Just to remind ourselves that this was a huge, colossal failure of this Israeli government. It was basically, caught, I'm not sure if I could say with its pants down on the channel, but anyway, it was really caught by surprise. And the fact that Hamas was able to carry such a daring operation and cause such harm in the southern part of Israel under Netanyahu's watch, under this government's watch, meaning this government either has to resign, as it probably will eventually, or it is going to have to overreact in order to recover some of that humiliation that it suffered the last hours.
And Marwan, then there's the issue of the unknown number of prisoners being held captive by Hamas. How do you think Hamas will use them?
Well, we do have a long track record of this, notably the last one, which is probably the most relevant. The head of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, Mr. Yahya al-Sinwar, spent 22 years of his life in Israeli prisons, and he was, in fact, sentenced for life, 4 sentences of life sentence. And he was only released in a prisoner's exchange for the release of Gilad Shalit, the Israeli soldiers that was held by the Palestinians some 11 years ago. And he remembers that. And he remembers not only that he spent 22 years in Israeli prisons, as he considered himself a political prisoner, but the fact that the only way to release the thousands of political prisoners from Israeli prisons is through this kind of exchange. Now, imagine if Israel released 1,000+ Palestinian prisoners in return for one soldier. What would they have to do for the 100 or so captives now in Gaza? So we're talking about a whole big deal. But just again, to put things in perspective, Emily, let me just say that over the last 50 years, 1 million Palestinians were jailed by Israel in its prisons. 1 million Palestinians.
That brings me to my last question, Marwan. 2 years ago, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights Michelle Bachelet said there must be a genuine and inclusive peace process to address these root causes and bring the occupation to an end. That was 2 years ago. We're now in 2023, and that certainly hasn't come to fruition. So where to from here?
Actually, I just received the press release of Amnesty International, which says something very similar. It says there's 2 things have to happen in terms of the root causes. Israel must end its siege of Gaza and must end its apartheid regime in Palestine. That's what Amnesty International said. And in fact, it's very true. If you could distill the entire root causes of this very present conflict this weekend, you could say that ending the siege of Gaza and ending apartheid in Palestine, meaning this superiority of Jewish control over Palestinians, this racist system has to end. And through that, it could trickle down to a lot of things, including ending the illegal settlements, allowing displaced Palestinians to return to their villages and towns, and end the inequality, end the repression, end the desecration of religious places, and so on and so forth. And in fact, and I'll go on a limb here to say this, it's not very difficult, because this does not require, transformation of populations or, major violence or something. It just takes change of the system. The system as it stands today in Israel-Palestine, a superior one for the Jews and an inferior one for the Palestinians, can end as it did in South Africa in 1994 by simply legalizing a new system and delegalizing apartheid in Israel-Palestine.
Well, let's see what comes out of the Security Council meeting a little later this evening. Thank you so much for your analysis, Marwan Bashara, our senior political analyst. And earlier, my colleague Sami Zaidan spoke with Osama Hamdan, a senior spokesman for Hamas. He says Israeli settlers are part of the occupation and are valid targets.
This is a very important point to be figured. Through the last 20 years, Israel held attacks against Gaza and killed thousands of Palestinians, civilians, and no one has any comment. I watched President Biden talking about standing beside Israel and its attacks against the Palestinians. Well, it's a kind of hypocrisy. He is not talking about the Palestinians who were being killed. Yesterday, a whole family, 18 members family, Shabbat family, were killed this night by Israeli bombing in an airstrike on their own house where there is no militants there. They were only civilians. While when we are talking about the settlers, you are not talking about civilians like the Palestinians. You are talking about settlers who are armed, who came to occupy
but if I may,
the
Israelis, if the Israelis are targeting and killing innocent Palestinian civilians, that does not mean in international law it's acceptable for Palestinian groups to target and kill Israeli civilians, right?
It's not accepted to attack civilians according to international law. And
to come back to my question, so why? Let me, if I may, read to you a statement by Amnesty International, which is condemning the targeting by Israel of Palestinian civilians, but it's also condemning, in a statement by October the 7th, saying Palestinian armed groups must refrain from targeting civilians and using indiscriminate weapons, acts amounting to war crimes. Is Amnesty wrong?
Well, I have to say that you have to differentiate between the settlers and the civilians. The settlers, according to the international law, they are not civilians. They are weaponed. They attack the Palestinians. They in fact shoot it against the Palestinians. So you have to differentiate between both issues, the civilians and the settlers, who are not, according to the international law, civilians. And we
so under international law, firing rockets, which is what Amnesty is saying, firing rockets are indiscriminate weapons that can hurt and do hurt civilians.
Well, we hope that Amnesty can urge the international community to either to make an end for the Israeli occupation or to urge them to send more developed weapons to attack just only the soldiers, because we are not targeting on purpose the civilians. You know, there is a huge amount of civilian targets inside occupied lands 1948, which Hamas is not aiming on or targeting them. We have declared that the settlers, they are part of the occupation, and the settlers, they are part of the armed Israeli power. They are not normal civilians as they are named all the time.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, we'll bring you more coverage of the Gaza-Israel war. Do stay with us.
Hello there. Welcome to look at the international forecast. We've got some very heavy rain moving across southeastern parts of Brazil. This weather system here, that's a very active front making its way through, and it will bring big downpours across the southeast of Brazil, eastern parts of Paraguay. We'll see that wetter weather just gradually nudging up towards Rio as we go through the next couple of days. So there we go. That system pushes further eastwards as we go through Monday. Wetter weather coming up towards Rio de Janeiro. South of that, largely fine and dry, warm sunshine. Buenos Aires, 28 degrees Celsius. The showers, wetter weather push up towards the western side of the Amazon. More big downpours there into Peru, up towards Colombia and also Venezuela. Some rather wet weather for a time across Cuba over the next day or so. There's a scattering of showers across the Caribbean as per usual. But the wetter weather will be out west. We've got a developing tropical storm just off the west coast of Mexico. That's likely to be a hurricane by the time it makes landfall in southwest Mexico on Monday. And come Tuesday, Tropical Storm Lydia is likely to bring some very heavy rain again into western parts of Mexico. So a couple of storm systems affecting the US. An old storm will make its way into the eastern parts of Canada as we go through Sunday on into Monday, with very cold air tucking in behind.
Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award. Nominate your hero now.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Hello, you're watching Al Jazeera. I'm Emily Angwin. Here's a reminder of the developments on the ground in the Gaza-Israel war this hour. The number of Israelis killed has surged to 659 since Hamas launched its surprise attack on Israel. Civilians and members of the security forces were ambushed in towns along the front lines with Gaza. Over 300 Palestinians have been killed in the fighting. Israel continues its strikes on the Gaza Strip as it struggles to secure its southern frontier. The government has officially declared its country is at war. That declaration gives the Prime Minister and Defence Minister expanded powers. And Israel has deployed troops along the Lebanon border after Hezbollah shelled areas under its occupation. Israel retaliated with artillery fire after 3 mortar shells hit the Sheba Farms areas. Hussam Zomlot is the Palestinian ambassador to the United Kingdom. He says a century of historical context must be considered.
Do I support my people's quest for the last 100 years for liberation and for ending this occupation and for their very legitimate rights of self-determination and return? Yes. Do I understand the international position? No, I don't. And I think we need to discuss that first and foremost. History did not begin only 48 hours ago in Gaza and around Gaza. History began here, in fact, in this very capital 106 years ago when Britain, with the US and the West, decided to give away our land without consulting us. The Balfour Declaration, denying us even the definition of peoplehood and nationhood. In the Balfour Declaration, it was declared that we were the non-Jewish minorities, when in fact we were more than 96% of the population owning the vast majority of the land. And then it continued during the British Mandate of Palestine. They were committed contractually with the League of Nations to prepare us for statehood, and then again they denied us our right of self-determination and statehood. The West continues to do the very same. Denial that the Palestinians have equal rights, complete siding with Israel, and absolutely what we are going to witness in the coming hours and days is going to be heinous. Mass murder will occur. Netanyahu has already declared to the world that he will target civilians. He will wipe Gaza off the map. And the question that we need to be concerned with right now is, how do we stop this? How do we stop the bleeding? How do we stop further illegalities and violations?
There has been global concern over the spike in violence between Israelis and Palestinians. We have 3 correspondents monitoring that angle. Shihab Ratanzi is at the UN in New York, Harry Fawcett is in London, and Dorset Jabari joins us from Tehran. Shihab, let's start with you. The United Nations Security Council will hold an emergency meeting in just a few hours' time. What are we expecting in terms of its power to de-escalate the situation?
Right, we're expecting that meeting in 3.5 hours' time. In fact, actually, the ambassadors of the UN Security Council were all making their way back from a field trip to Ethiopia last week over Friday and Saturday. But Malta and the UAE requested an emergency session of the UN Security Council. Brazil, which is has the current rotating presidency, has acquiesced. Interestingly, though, as far as what to expect, the UAE asked for closed consultations, which means that we're not going to be able to see what's going on. But what's also interesting is, if they'd asked for a private meeting, these are also specific UN terms, then the Israeli and Palestinian representatives to the UN would have been able to attend that meeting, to participate. But as they're closed consultations, they will not. These will just be the current members of the UN Security Council will have these closed consultations, which would suggest, I guess, in some ways, that shows how serious things are, because this isn't just about grandstanding to the cameras. But the UAE specifically said, we believe closed consultations would be more helpful at this point. So just the members of the UN Security Council will begin meeting in 3.5 hours. We expect them to be briefed by the UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Tor Wennesland. But that's about all we know right now, and it's difficult to know what more we will know by the end of those meetings. We know the Israeli ambassador to the UN will be speaking to the press here in about 2 hours' time, so we'll monitor that. We will also be looking out for any other statements that are made as people are going into the Security Council meeting. But for now, though, these will be closed consultations, and therefore we will not be able to witness them ourselves.
OK, keep us updated as to how things progress. Thanks so much. Shihab Rattansi joining us from the UN. Let's get the view from Iran now, and Dorsa Jabari joins us from Tehran. Hello there, Dorsa. What reaction has there been from the capital? And talk us through why Iran is a potential player in this conflict.
Well, many believe they're already a player as it is. We have just heard that the Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi has held 2 separate phone conversations, one with the head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, and also with the Secretary General Ziad al-Nakhalah of Islamic Jihad. We have just been provided a readout of what the conversations were between all sides. Now, the conversation Ebrahim Raisi had with the Secretary General of Islamic Jihad, the Iranian president reinstated that the resistance front is winning, and he congratulated the achievements that they've made so far, and that he said that what happened in the territories is big and unprecedented events over the past 70 years. Ebrahim Raisi also said that the victorious operation has made the Islamic Republic very happy. For his part, the Secretary General of Islamic Jihad, Ziad al-Nakhalah, thanked the Iranian president for the support from the Iranian leadership and the government and the nation, and also gave a report about the latest developments of the achievements of the resistance front on the ground. We also understand that the Iranian president's phone conversation with Ismail Haniyeh was something along those similar lines. But the one interesting note that was shared is that the leader of Hamas told Ebrahim Raisi he was hopeful that the Iranian president rather said he was hopeful that they will soon pray together alongside one another at Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, to give you an idea of what the Iranian leadership is thinking about down the line.
All right, no doubt. Things will emerge in the coming hours and days, and you'll be all across it. Dorsa Jabari in Tehran, thank you. Let's bring in Harry Fawcett, who's live for us in London. Harry, a bit of a broad question, but what's been the reaction from other parts of the world?
Well, certainly from here in Europe, it has been one of condemnation, expressions of revulsion at the kind of attacks being carried out directly against civilians on such a scale, so many dead, so many of such a broad age range being captured and taken hostage back inside Gaza. So we have had the latest conversations announced between the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the leaders of Germany, of Ukraine, of Italy and the UK. Benjamin Netanyahu saying that all of them had offered their unqualified support to Israel's right to defend itself. We've also had a latest line out of the German government saying that it may review its hundreds of millions of dollars a year of funding to various Palestinian groups. The minister in charge of that program talking about these attacks marking a terrible fracture in the state of events up until this point. And there have also been comments from a number of governments about the need to protect Jewish citizens and Jewish communities within their countries. There have been, of course, a number of celebratory events by various communities within a number of European countries, passing out sweets, waving Palestinian flags. And a number of politicians in Europe have been concerned that that could be a precursor or an indication, at least, that Jewish communities might come under some threat. And so there has been the announcement by the Metropolitan Police here in London, for instance, of increased patrols around Jewish areas. The Home Secretary, the Interior Ministry of the UK has talked about a pretext for hatred against British Jews, doing everything necessary to protect those communities, and also talking about the need for the police to use the full force of the law against anyone seen to be glorifying terrorism. And that extends to expressions, she says, displays of support for Hamas and other groups like them.
All right, thanks for bringing us up to speed. Harry Fawcett in London for us. Meanwhile, Pope Francis has called for an end to the attacks and violence in Israel. In an address to the crowd at St. Peter's Square, he expressed his solidarity with the victims. The head of the Catholic Church said fighting will not solve any problems.
Let the attacks and weapons cease, please, because it must be understood that terrorism and war bring no solutions, but only the death and suffering of many innocent lives. War is a defeat. Every war is a defeat. Let us pray for peace in Israel and Palestine.
And this was the scene in Istanbul where thousands of people marched to show their support for Palestinian fighters. Many also waved Palestinian flags and chanted slogans in support of Hamas. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is urging both sides to de-escalate tensions.
On behalf of Turkey and in light of this morning's events in Israel, we invite all parties to act reasonably and to stay away from impulsive steps that raise tensions.
Rallies were also held in Yemen's capital, Sana'a. People celebrated what's been called by Hamas as the Al-Aqsa flood military operation. For more analysis now, let's bring in Rifat Alareer. He's a writer and educator who's in Gaza. Rifat, thanks so much for being on this news hour. What's the situation where you are? It's heading into the evening in Gaza, and so how are you preparing for another night of strikes?
Thank you for having me. The night is usually the most horrific part of the day. It's when Israel intensifies and terrorizes and bombs with missiles unprecedented, unexperienced before in the Gaza Strip, because the whole building shakes. The little kids wake up shrieking. Even the young people wake up crying and screaming. Israel has targeted so many Palestinian businesses, so many Palestinian residential buildings. Israel has destroyed homes on the heads of the dwellers as they slept. We talk about so many Palestinian families buried dead, the Shabat family, the Shaban family, the Abu Dagga family. Most of them are kids. In Gaza, there are almost 1 million Palestinian children. Almost 50% of the population of Gaza is children. So in the Shabat family, 9 out of 18 family members were children. Israel annihilated 3 generations in just one American-made bomb. We barely have any electricity. We are working on batteries now. The internet is getting weaker and weaker. Many families lost their source of water. There is more than 50% poverty and unemployment in Gaza, meaning most Palestinians in Gaza depend on day-to-day kind of work to put food on the table. Those people are going to be starving. It's complete and utter terror, unprecedented, and Palestinians in Gaza are bracing for the worst because Israeli genocidal maniacs are calling all over the internet, and sadly even on Al Jazeera and other mainstream media is calling for genocide against Palestinians in Gaza, justifying
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I just have many questions to ask and we're running short of time. The Knesset has officially declared war. What's your reaction to that? Does that change anything for you living in Gaza?
It does not, because more than 100 years ago, the British helped the Zionists own Palestine. They dispossessed and displaced Palestinians until the establishment of Israel more than 75 years ago. So from 1917, Palestinians have been brutalized, attacked, dispossessed, displaced, massacred, annihilated, ethnically cleansed by European colonialists, whether in the form of British soldiers or Zionist Jewish soldiers. But what is coming, what Israel is preparing, is going to be a lot worse, unprecedented, we are expecting so far, and again, this is a number you didn't get, although you got the Israeli number figure almost accurately. Palestinian sources talk about 370 Palestinians massacred, murdered, many of whom are children, some of whom were killed in their homes, and the number is increasing.
Yes, and there are a number of civilian casualties on both sides, Rifat. I do have to mention that, and there is a historical context that must be considered. My question to you is, why are you staying? Why have you not left Gaza given the situation?
Where should we go? To drown, to commit suicide, mass suicide, so the Zionists are happy and cheer that they spared themselves our blood. There's no way out. Gazans and Palestinians in Gaza live in an open-air prison. The borders are closed. The air is closed. Israel destroyed the only airport we had. The sea is also closed. There are more than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. Israel asks Palestinians to move to the city centers, and then Israel bombs the city centers. Israel asks Palestinians to move to schools, to UNRWA schools, and then Israel bombs these schools. It did this in 2014, it did this in 2021, and last night Israel bombed a UN school that was a potential shelter for Palestinians. Israel itself forcibly moved by bombing Beit Hanun and Shijaiya and other areas in Gaza. So there is no way out. There is no way for Palestinians to go, and we are bracing for the worst horrible massacres and genocide that is going to be taking place in the area. And it's going to be, if we have electricity, it's going to be live on TV. And the world, the West, Germany, America, England, France, everybody is supporting, even Ukraine, supporting Israel and saying we're ready to send Israel money and weapons. America is sending $8 billion, and Palestinians just have to wait, only because Palestinians are darker in skin color, because we are not blonde.
We have to leave it there, sir. I'm sorry, we do have to move on, but we appreciate your insights, and stay safe, which will no doubt be another tense night ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
OK, let's take a look now at the latest conversations on social media about the Israel-Gaza war. Laura Khan has been monitoring what's online.
The word that's been used over and over from news to social media is that the Hamas military wing's infiltration of the Gaza fence was unprecedented. This video was posted by Al-Qassam Brigades, the military wing of Hamas. From their website to Telegram, they had filmmakers with them recording every moment they wanted the world to see. As they broke through the fence, some of the paragliders were filmed from a party in Israel. Before people fled, many were killed or captured. As they sent thousands of rockets from Gaza, this ex-user posted white streaks of rockets over the skies of Jerusalem. And this was posted from Tel Aviv airport as passengers were told to lay flat on the ground. Within a few hours, people in Gaza took to X to post Israeli airstrikes on Gaza. There has been much criticism across the platforms. Firstly, how Israel could have been blindsided. Journalist Belle True stated on X that it's a birthplace of the world's most powerful surveillance software, but no one saw this coming. And journalist Anshel Pfeiffer says many have been comparing this to what Israelis call the concept, an idea that Israel was infallible before they were surprised 50 years ago when Egypt and Syria attacked in the 1973 war. But he points out a key difference. This is not a war for Israel's survival. It's not facing invading armies. And others took to social media to point out double standards in the outrage expressed over the Hamas offensive, but not the Israeli occupation. Poet Remy Kanazi pointed out that calm is when Gaza is bombed, villages are invaded, homes are bulldozed, journalists are shot. Calm shattered is when Palestinians respond. And cartoons depicting the moment Al-Qassam Brigades broke through the Israeli fence have been shared across social platforms. Cartoonist Mahmoud Arafai posted this of the parachutes across the Gaza fence. And this cartoon from Bisan Arafat depicts a captured Israeli bulldozer ramming through the Gaza-Israel border fence. Thanks for joining us. We'll keep you updated on the latest.
To other news now, and an Egyptian police officer has killed 2 Israeli tourists in the city of Alexandria. An Egyptian national was also killed in the attack. The tourists were part of a group visiting Ahmad al-Sawari. The death toll from Saturday's earthquake in Afghanistan has risen sharply to more than 2,000, according to Taliban officials. This young girl was pulled alive from the rubble afterwards. The magnitude 6.3 quake devastated 4 villages in Herat province. The World Health Organization within the country says it has dispatched 12 ambulances to the affected region to evacuate casualties to hospitals. Ecuador's president has announced the removal of 2 senior security officials. He expelled the prison's director and the head of the police investigations unit. That's after all 7 suspects implicated in the assassination of a presidential candidate were killed in prison. Ferdinand Villavicencio was shot in August while campaigning in presidential elections. Elections in Germany's largest state, Bavaria, are being seen as a test of where Europe's largest economy is heading. Polls show increasing support for the far-right party, the Alternative for Germany party, the AfD. Traditionally, the party is stronger in the east of the country, but with migration dominating this election campaign, the anti-immigration party is gaining support in the west as well. Step Fassen reports from Munich.
To these protesters, it's clear what the Alternative for Germany party stands for. Nazis, get out, they shout. On the other side of the fence, leaders of the AfD are campaigning for parliament seats in Bavaria.
Our most important point is that we want to stop migration. We want pushback centres at Germany's borders, and we want to stop giving cash money to refugees and reject all illegal immigrants.
Polls show the AfD could become the second largest party in Bavaria.
Listening to their campaign, it sounds like Germany has only one problem, and that is migration and the arrival of refugees. But limiting the number of asylum seekers is not only a popular theme for the far right, other parties are campaigning on it as well. Yet economists say that Germany needs nearly 500,000 foreign workers to keep its economy going, and that's a message that politicians here seem to avoid.
Bavaria's Prime Minister Markus Söder of the largest party, the conservative CSU, wants migration to be kept. While facing strong competition, the CSU is expected to win this election.
We say yes to helping people, but we urge our Chancellor in Berlin to have a clear plan and stop uncontrollable migration.
At a reception centre in Munich, these refugees from Sierra Leone have been travelling for months through dozens of countries. They tell us that Germany is their best hope for protection. Bavaria has registered more than 30,000 asylum seekers this year, an increase of nearly 80% on 2022. But that's less than half the number of refugees who arrived in 2015. Municipalities have been struggling to house them, and new shelters like this one near Munich are being built, sometimes against the will of local residents.
The focus is always on refugees and refugees. For us Germans, not much has been done. When you look at the prices, normal workers like us can hardly afford our groceries any longer, nor pay our rent.
A sentiment often heard during this election campaign.
It scares me. We have come here because we don't have any opportunities at home. We work hard to contribute, and we should overcome any divisions together. Extremism does not help Germany.
Others are concerned as well. Ahead of the vote, more than 30,000 people took to the streets in Munich to protest against the rise of the right. Soon they'll know what the response of nearly 10 million Bavarian voters will be. Step Fassen, Al Jazeera, Munich.
That's it for this news hour. I'm Emily Angwin, but don't go anywhere. I'll have more of the day's news in just a moment. Stay with us.
In Iran, the head of a mental health hospital experiments with a bold new treatment. The therapeutic power of love. The prescription, romance. Against all odds, his patients embrace the matrimonial remedy. But can wedlock lead to better well-being on his wards? The Marriage Project. Witness on Al Jazeera.
And he comes home to win the Qatar Grand Prix.
Setting the discussions, examining the headlines. Explore an abundance of world-class programming designed to inform, motivate, and inspire you on Al Jazeera.
Last year, Pakistan experienced one of the worst floods in the country's history. Many rural communities are still waiting for help. Hundreds of people on the outskirts of the city of Meher have been living under open skies for a year.
In last year's floods, this road behind me, those fields, the entire area that stretches in this direction was completely submerged. Many of the homes and buildings that were destroyed are still rubble, and parts of this district have started to flood once again.
Hello, I'm Emily Angwin. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, the number of Israelis killed in the unprecedented attack by Hamas fighters rises to 659, and at least 370 Palestinians are killed in Israeli bombardment on the besieged Gaza Strip. Israel launches a barrage of strikes on Gaza. The Israeli government officially declares war. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vows to turn the Palestinian territory into a deserted island. The toll for one family. A sole survivor mourns all of his loved ones who were killed in an Israeli airstrike on Gaza. On the ground, fierce battles between Hamas fighters and Israeli forces continue in several areas across southern Israel. And fears of a regional spillover are growing after Lebanon's Hezbollah says it has attacked Israeli targets near the border in solidarity with Hamas. It's 1600 GMT and 7 p.m. on the Gaza Strip. The Israeli cabinet has officially declared the country is at war. That declaration gives the Prime Minister and Defence Minister expanded powers. The Gaza-Israel war is well into its second day. Hamas fighters infiltrated Israel through several different crossings. So far, 659 Israelis have been killed since Hamas launched its biggest military attack on Israel by land, air and sea early on Saturday. More than 2,150 Israelis have been injured. At least 100 Israeli soldiers and civilians have been taken captive. Israel's army says a number of fighters are still on the ground in the south of the country. These are all the towns and cities in Israel which were infiltrated by Hamas. The Palestinian group breached the Gaza barrier at several entry points. Some of the fighters used makeshift paragliders to get past the barrier. They were filmed heading to Zikim, an Israeli coastal town. Near the Gaza border, Israelis attending a music festival fled the scene when fighters entered the area. Eyewitnesses say dozens of civilians were shot and killed. Israeli media says hundreds of bodies have been discovered there. At the Erez crossing, Hamas used bulldozers to break past the barrier. They later released a video showing fighters breaching a checkpoint and taking captives. On Sunday, Israel confirmed there's been fighting in these 3 settlements. The Palestinian armed group Islamic Jihad says its fighters were involved. Israel continues to launch strikes on Gaza on Sunday. Civilian infrastructure has been levelled to the ground. Airstrikes hit residential areas, tunnels and a mosque. As we've mentioned, 370 Palestinians have been killed, with more than 2,200 injured. Rob Reynolds has today's developments from southern Israel near the Gaza frontier.
Palestinian fighters from Gaza infiltrated close to the major Israeli city of Ashkelon Sunday and exchanged fire with Israeli forces. The fighters were pursued, driving a car believed to have been seized from one of the settlements near the Gaza Strip. In a shootout with Israeli troops and police, an undetermined number of Israelis were killed. The fate of the Palestinian fighters is unclear. To the north, near the Lebanese border, explosions in the occupied Shiva Farms and Kfar Shuba Hills on Sunday morning may develop into a serious escalation of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The Israeli army says it has fired artillery shells on Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon. It comes shortly after Hezbollah fighters launched a rocket attack on an Israeli military post.
In solidarity with the Palestinian resistance and their struggle, groups from the martyr commander Hajj Ahmad Mughniya in the Islamic resistance this morning attacked 3 positions of the Zionist occupation in the occupied Sheba Farms area. A large number of artillery shells and guided missiles were fired at the radar site, the Zibdin site, and the Ruwaysat al-Alam site. The sites were hit directly.
In Gaza City, the Palestinians woke up to scenes of death and destruction following a night of Israeli bombardment. Israeli rockets leveled residential homes and business towers across the city. The Ministry of Health in Gaza reports the killing of over 300 people, including 20 children, with nearly 2,000 injured. From this point at an Israeli roadblock about 10 kilometers from the border, we can clearly hear the sounds of Israeli artillery, gunboats in the Mediterranean, and tanks all firing on Gaza. Israel says it's only the beginning of a long campaign to punish Hamas following unprecedented attacks on Israel Saturday.
There are tens of thousands of military personnel in the surrounding areas near Gaza. We will continue to arrive to every settlement until we kill all the gunmen who are inside Israeli territory.
The land, air, and sea attack by Al-Qassam brigades and other groups left hundreds of Israelis dead and many more wounded. The Israeli army has announced the names of 26 soldiers, which it says were killed in the attacks. An unknown number of military and civilians have been taken prisoner by Palestinian fighters. Israeli media quoted unofficial sources saying up to 750 Israelis are still unaccounted for. Details of Saturday's attack continue to emerge. This video, published by the Al-Qassam brigades, shows its fighters taking control of the Raim military base, headquarters of the Israeli Gaza division. In response to the Israeli night raids on Gaza, Al-Qassam brigades launched a second wave of attacks, targeting Tel Aviv with more than 150 rockets. The extent of Israel's operation is still unclear, with its army putting out messages to Palestinian civilians in villages around the city of Gaza, telling them to evacuate. That could be a sign Israel intends a land invasion of the Strip. And despite calls for an end to hostilities coming from Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, there's no sign of the immediate offers of mediation that used to follow every previous Israeli war on Gaza. Rob Reynolds, Al Jazeera in southern Israel near the border with Gaza.
We have a team of correspondents covering all angles of this story. Tarek Abu Azum is live for us inside Gaza. Mohammed Jamjoon is in West Jerusalem. Charles Stratford joins us from Tel Aviv, and Imran Khan is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. I want to start with you, Tarek, who is live in Gaza. What's the situation where you are? It's heading into the evening in Gaza. How are residents preparing for another night of strikes?
Right now the Israeli drones are covering all the sky of the Gaza Strip, looking for the next target, as Gazans are waiting for the new Israeli attacks over their houses and their infrastructure. From time to time, the Israeli naval forces are destroying main coastal roads in order to crack down any possible infiltration attempt to the Israeli adjacent coastal towns. In terms of the Israeli, let's say, crimes against Palestinians, the victims of Palestinians today are increasing, and one of the most prominent victims that were killed today by the Israeli airstrikes is Abu Daqqa family in Khuza'a village, eastern of Khan Yunis governorate. Simply, the family has been wiped out from the civil registry. More than 22 members were killed. Oh my gosh, sound of explosion right now.
Tarek, just explain just what's happening where you are, because that certainly sounded very close to you.
Now we have heard a sound of explosion inside the Gaza Strip. Actually, this explosion was widely overheard in the Gaza Strip. Till now, we cannot really locate the place and the location of the explosion or the bombardment, simply because it's absolutely dark and we cannot clearly see here in a very good way. But you can generally hear throughout the background that Israel restarted again launching airstrikes against Palestinians inside the Gaza Strip. It's important to mention that Abu Daqqa family has wiped out from the civil registry. More than 22 members were killed by the Israeli occupation air forces. 7 of them were children, and till this current moment, civil teams are trying to evacuate 6 members who are still stuck under the rubble of the destroyed house. Simply, it becomes so obvious through the Israeli policy of targeting that Israel does not knock the door. It directly hits civilians amid international negligence about what's happening in the Gaza Strip, and amid no clear mediation to stop the current conflict erupted between the Hamas movement and the Israeli occupation army.
Yeah, Tarek, the Israeli Prime Minister has been warning people near the Gaza Strip to evacuate, but that's certainly not a possibility for many Palestinians, is it?
In fact, Palestinians have already evacuated the houses, especially Palestinians who are living close to the borders in eastern areas. They receive different notice and messages on their cell phones from the Israeli occupation forces informing them to evacuate their house before being targeted. And oh my gosh, another explosion in the same place, it seems. It was a little bit overheard.
Okay, if you need to take cover, just let us know,
It's okay. It's a little bit far away, but it's overheard at night. It's important to mention that Palestinians now are displaced from their original houses now into the UNRWA's schools inside the Gaza Strip, which turned into safe shelters for them. Meanwhile, a school today has been hit by the Israeli airstrikes without making clear, let's say, differentiation between civil and militants generally. So the Gaza Strip situation is deteriorating, and there is an explosion, as you can clearly see on the background. It's going to be a little bit heavy right now. It's absolutely high. You're going to right now overhear it. I think this building has been leveled to the ground throughout an airstrike that had been carried out by the Israeli air forces. This is the night inside the Gaza Strip. Everything turned upside down. The lives generally deteriorating due to the wide range of attacks carried out by the occupation forces. Oh my gosh.
Okay, Tarek, we're going to leave it there, and we'll cross back to you throughout the evening. It certainly sounds like it is a dynamic situation. Okay. We're seeing live pictures from Gaza, and given it is the night time, it's difficult to see, but we are seeing the sky being lit up by airstrikes. So thank you so much for that comprehensive coverage. That was Tarek Abu Azoum in Gaza. And Yumna Al Sayed visited an area where civilians have been seeking shelter in Gaza.
Currently here at one of the UNRWA schools, where more than 2,000 people have taken this school as shelter. The people that are in this school have moved from their homes that were across or adjacent to the Israeli-Gaza borders. Now they have all moved here. Some of them moved late last night, while others came here this morning. Also, some of the families that we have met have had their homes destroyed, and that's why they had to come here to the UNRWA schools for shelter. UNRWA has told us that it has prepared 44 schools in total, 44 schools and shelters all together across the Gaza Strip for the displaced families. They have also said that over 22,000 people have been displaced and are now taking shelter in their schools. These Palestinian families have experienced the fleeing of their homes and the displacement many times before. Some families here say that this is not the first or the second or even the third time. Those people who have their homes adjacent to the border, every single time there is any kind of escalation, they are forced to flee their homes because they are afraid of artillery fire, they are afraid of the airstrikes that bombard their homes as the first bombardments take place. We're bringing you these pictures from one of the 44 UNRWA schools available for the Palestinian displaced families across the Gaza Strip. Yumna Sayed, Al Jazeera, Gaza Strip.
Mohammed Jamjoom is standing by for us in West Jerusalem. Hello there, Mo. The Cabinet, as we were reporting on at the start of the show, has approved the declaration of war. Talk us through what that means.
Yeah, that's right, Emily. And yeah, let's just try to take this step by step right now to explain to our viewers where we are when it comes to this declaration of war. Of course, we heard yesterday from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that basically he said the country is at war. Then you had the cabinet meeting. The cabinet approved the declaration of war. That means that the prime minister and the defense minister can essentially make decisions going forward without having to consult the cabinet when it comes to every specific action. What happens next is that this goes to a specific committee within the country's parliament, the Knesset. That committee will vote on the declaration of war. It is expected they will approve the declaration of war. And then after that, at some point, possibly later in the day tomorrow, we're told that the prime minister will go in front of the Knesset, in front of parliament, and will then declare that the country is officially at war. That essentially formalizes it, legalizes the war declaration going forward. Now, there's a lot of concern as to what this means going forward. You have a lot of people here that are concerned about what exactly is happening with Israel's border with Lebanon and how much tension there is. Many people here expect that after this declaration of war is formalized in the Knesset, that at some point there will be a ground invasion into Gaza. So that's another concern right now. You also have a lot of people speculating about the possible political ramifications for the prime minister. The fact that something that's considered to be such a huge intelligence failure occurred on his watch, that's something that people think that he's going to have to reconcile with at some point. Now, at the moment, you are seeing signs amongst the political classes here that people are going to be essentially rallying around the flag, uniting. You have members of the opposition who have offered to join a unity government with the prime minister. You have the prime minister who has also said that he's willing to look into these overtures moving forward. So a lot of moving parts. We're expecting to hear a lot more details in the hours and the days to come. Emily?
Mohammed, you've been speaking to a number of people on the ground. What have they been saying?
So, Emily, throughout the day, I've been speaking to people in occupied East Jerusalem and in West Jerusalem, and they are still very much in a state of shock as to what happened. People throughout the day telling me that they never thought they would have seen something like this take place in a country where the security services are considered to be so vaunted, to have such a reputation for thoroughness. Many of them have asked, how could an intelligence failure like this have happened at a time like this? They are just still very much processing what happened. They are saying, many of them have told me that they believe that what happened was far worse than what happened during the Yom Kippur War in 1973, and they're very worried about what exactly is going to be happening next. Emily?
Mohammed, thanks so much for the update. Mohammed Jamjoon there. Let's cross to Charles Stratford now, who's in Tel Aviv for us. Charles, what's the situation from a military perspective? We're hearing there is the chance of a substantial ground invasion of Gaza.
Well, yes, that's what all intimations, certainly from the Israeli military, are suggesting. We know in the south certainly of Tel Aviv, our correspondent throughout the day has reported seeing tanks and heavy artillery moving towards the Gaza Strip. We also know that there could be tens, if not more than that, hundreds of thousands of Israeli soldiers that are certainly either being put on standby or moving in that direction. We know what a complicated operation it could be. Also, let's not forget, the amount of Israeli soldiers that were lost during the 2014 invasion of Gaza. But by all intents and purposes, it seems as if some sort of ground offensive could well take place. Indeed, a sea offensive as well, an offensive from the sea, and we just heard those incredible airstrikes, those thuds, those attacks that are ongoing in Gaza as well. So you can only imagine the sheer terror of the more than 2 million Gazans that are often described as living in the largest prison in the world. Meanwhile, the situation here in Tel Aviv has been quiet for the majority of the day, but there is a very strange atmosphere here. The streets are virtually empty, businesses are closed, and Israelis and Palestinians living here are very concerned about any kind of escalation. We visited one of the sites where one of the 150 Palestinian-launched missiles landed in the centre of the city last night. That hit a business, completely destroyed it. People very distraught. One woman saying that she was utterly horrified by what was going on and the level of suffering being experienced by both sides. In her words, she said, but at least I have somewhere to hide. So there is a great sense of sort of trepidation here, as indeed all indications suggest that there is going to be some very sizable Israeli military response in Gaza.
And as you mentioned, we're already hearing and seeing that this evening. Charles, the death toll has risen considerably today, Sunday, to more than 650 Israelis, including the deaths of dozens of people at that dance party in southern Israel, essentially right near the Gaza Strip. How is that attack being received, that such a surprise attack could happen?
As I say, people are in an utter sense of shock. They want answers. They want to know how such an attack could have happened. And as we heard Mohammed alluding to there, they want answers from the intelligence service. They want answers from the military. There is increasing video evidence of huge, great gaps in the security. How could Hamas fighters penetrate that fence, seemingly broad daylight, with such ease? Military analysts here in Israel will say that the military had left their guard down in that area. It's obviously the Yom Kippur holiday. They also point to the fact that a lot of Israeli military resources from Gaza have in recent months been redirected to the occupied West Bank. And that could have caused what has turned out to be such an unprecedented and massive attack. But yeah, the pictures coming out of southern Israel are absolutely shocking and having a huge effect on the morale of Israelis and the Palestinian Israelis that live in this city, the south. Seeing what was reported to be 200 bodies at that party near the Gaza Strip having been found. We've seen pictures today of firefights, gunfights happening on the roads, as we understand Hamas fighters that have taken control of houses in some of these settlements, reports of them taking hostages, family hostages, inside some of those houses. We've seen long lines of burnt-out vehicles that have been attacked. I mean, Israelis of this generation, of the younger generation and older generations, have never seen anything like this happen. So, yeah, it is a great sense of shock and a great sense of trepidation as we go into another night. It would not be inconceivable, certainly with respect to Tel Aviv, if there was not another missile strike from Gaza. As I say, 150 or so missiles were fired towards Tel Aviv last night. So it's going to be very interesting, but there are a lot of very afraid people right the way across this country and the occupied territories as day turns to night on the second day of this war.
Charles, thanks so much for the update. Charles Stratford live for us in Tel Aviv. And as he was saying, that we can actually see some of those airstrikes happening as we speak, as we go to air in Gaza. It's difficult to see. We thought we were going to go to those live pictures, but we'll now cross to Imran. Imran Khan is in Ramallah for us. Imran, have we heard from the Palestinian Authority at all today, which is Sunday?
There's been several negotiations that have been going on between the international community and the Palestinian Authority. On the Palestinian Authority's part, what they want to do, and they're negotiating with Egypt right now, is for Egypt to open the Rafah border crossing, which is in their territory, into Gaza so they can get in humanitarian aid for those that need it the most. Also, they're very clear, though, when they're talking to the international community, saying that this is a result of the occupation and a result of the fact that the international community simply hasn't put enough pressure on Israel to lift the siege of Gaza, to stop the occupation of here in the occupied West Bank and occupied East Jerusalem. In fact, but here, where I am, Ramallah right now, but generally across the occupied West Bank, it's been a show of support for Hamas. A general strike was called. That was the first thing. And legal offices were shut. Government offices were shut. Schools have been shut. Shops have been shut. Anything that might make a society function is simply closed down. I'm just going to get out of the way and show you. This is the quietest I've actually seen Ramallah in a very long time. Now, sporadically throughout the day, there have been protests showing support for Hamas within Menara Square, which you can just see down there. You speak to people here, and what they tell you is very simple. If you treat people like animals, you shouldn't be surprised if they fight back. Now, this fight back has taken the people in the occupied West Bank by surprise. They didn't think they would see anything like this in their lifetimes, but they are coming out and showing support for Hamas. And it just goes to show you that feeling is actually something that's been seen not just here in Ramallah, but across the occupied West Bank. Now, what the Israelis have done within the occupied West Bank is they've actually shut roads down. So, for example, you can't get from Bethlehem to Ramallah. You can't get from Jenin to Nablus. You can't go from village to village. The Israelis have effectively turned it into an archipelago of separation, and that's a deliberate move on their part. We travelled into Ramallah yesterday. We were stopped at the Ofer checkpoint whilst they tried to figure out whether I was actually going to be allowed into Ramallah. So that's what's going on right now. But like I say, Emily, the day of strike and the show of support for Hamas.
All right, we appreciate the update as always. Imran Khan in Ramallah for us. And still in Ramallah, many Palestinians were marching in support of Hamas military's operation. Nida Ibrahim is there in the occupied West Bank.
Some of the chants in the protest here that has been walking in the streets of Ramallah are calling for national unity, for Palestinian factions to reunite and launch more attacks against Israeli targets. We're hearing Palestinians here also praising Hamas, saying that Israel only understands the language of force. People here were telling me that they feel that they've been left alone by the world and that they only have themselves to rely on if they were looking to free themselves from the continuous decades-long Israeli military occupation. All in all, in the occupied West Bank, we've seen Palestinians observe a general strike where businesses have shut down, and people are still worried about their people and families and friends in the besieged Gaza Strip, afraid of the Israeli retaliation. But some of them were telling me that Israel already has been bombarding Palestinians in the besieged Gaza Strip. Also here in the occupied West Bank, as Palestinians have laid to rest some of those who have been killed by Israeli forces, we've seen Israeli military close down their Palestinian towns, basically isolating them from one another. Also, the only link for Palestinians here in the occupied West Bank with the outside world, with Jordan, the Allenby Bridge, has been shut down by Israel. So that gives you an idea that even if the situation is considered relatively calm, the tension is still brewing. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, the occupied West Bank.
Let's bring in Diana Boutou now, who's a lawyer and former legal advisor to the Palestinian Liberation Organization. She joins me live from Haifa. Diana, thanks so much for being on the program. As we've been reporting, Israel's Knesset has just declared the nation is officially at war. Does that change anything?
No, not for Palestinians. Look, I think it's important for this to be put in its proper context. Palestinians have been living under an Israeli military dictatorship now for more than 56 years. And the images that we're seeing today in Israel are the same things that we Palestinians have been living with each and every day for the past 56 years. Israel has never held back when it comes to the use of force. And all that it wants to do now is somehow show that it's entered into a different phase when it comes to Palestinians, it's always had the gloves off. It's never had any restraints, and the world has never forced Israel to place any blocks, any barriers, anything to the way in which it deals with Palestinians. This is why we're in this situation today. This is a colossal failure on the part of the international community, which has allowed Israel to continue this brutal occupation for the past 56 years without any accountability.
That brings me to my next question about the international community. We're expecting the United Nations Security Council to hold an emergency meeting in the coming hours. What, if anything, can the nations that are a part of that do to de-escalate this situation?
I would hope first and foremost that they would hold up a mirror to themselves and be blaming themselves. Look, this is an occupation in which Israel is occupying Palestine. It's up to the world community to put pressure on Israel to end that occupation. It can do so by declaring war. It can do so by putting sanctions on Israel. It's got a number of different tools in its hands. It has failed to do so for these 56 years. And what Israel has yet to understand is that it will never have peace as long as another people have been denied their freedom, as long as Palestinians are still languishing in refugee camps. What's very interesting about all of this is that back in 1956, one of the Israeli ministers, chief of staff of the army, Moshe Dayan, expressly stated that Israel should never be angry with with any reprisal attacks that Palestinians conduct against them, because it is Israel that has forced Palestinians into refugee camps. So going back to the UN, it should be looking at itself and asking itself why it is that after 75 years, Palestinians are still in refugee camps waiting to go home. Why it is that after 56 years, we still live under a brutal military occupation. And it's because they have failed in their job.
Were you surprised by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's show of solidarity to Israel, which is the occupying force in this instance?
Not at all. You know, he has previously stood by Israel. He came to the Knesset and indicated that he was Israel and that Russia was Hamas. He's done this time and time again. So I'm not at all surprised by his reaction. What does surprise me, however, is that people are surprised that this actually took place. Again, we may be surprised by the magnitude of it, But after 56 years of every day being abused by Israel, it should come as no surprise. And I think that we should never, ever underestimate the desire and will of people to be free.
How likely do you think it is that this could spill over into a wider conflict, particularly after Hezbollah's strikes from Lebanon today targeting 3 Israeli military positions?
Well, that remains to be seen. I think a lot of it depends on what Israel's next steps are. Israel's already openly talking about a massacre in Gaza. In fact, has already perpetrated one. They're saying to Gazans to flee, but they know that they've put them in a cage where they can't flee. They've already attacked a number of buildings. They've already indicated that they're cutting off fuel, electricity, and water supplies. These are lifelines. This is illegal under international law. So we know what Israel is planning next. It's a question of what the rest of the region is now going to do. What I do hope happens is that at least this puts a break on some of this normalization garbage that we've been seeing over the past 3 years. The fact that Arab states are cozying up to a dictatorship and cozying up to a human rights abuser and cozying up to a country that has proven that it can't do anything when it comes to security. I hope that this now comes to an end.
Appreciate your insights. Thank you so much. Diana Boutou, a lawyer and former legal advisor to the Palestinian Liberation Organization. Thank you. There's plenty more ahead on Al Jazeera. We'll bring you more coverage of the Gaza-Israel war. These are live pictures coming from that region. Do stay with us.
The weather, brought to you by Visit Qatar.
Hello, the weather looks pretty unsettled across a good part of Japan over the next couple of days. Blustery showers rolling through. You can see this massive cloud just easing in. Further south, little wriggle under a weather system just making its way in here. Over towards tropical storm. It'll be a tropical storm in the next couple of days. Koinu. It's a typhoon at the moment, but by the time we come to Tuesday, it'll run its way towards Hainan, bringing some very wet weather in here, some very windy weather, but it is in the process of weakening. But you can see a legacy of showers, longer spells of rain in place here. So we're looking at the best part of a week for some heavy rain affecting a good part of southern China. Central area is not too bad. Up towards the north, more in the way of sunshine. And you see that disturbed weather still continuing there, particularly across much of Honshu. Disturbed weather making its way across Indochina once again. More heavy showers here. The usual showers there across the Philippines. The showers for Borneo, they're slipping a little further southwards. So Indonesia, hopefully seeing some useful showers, at least as far as the poor air quality and the wildfires are concerned. Not so useful are the showers that continue across southern parts of India. More big downpours in play here. We've got more heavy rain coming into Sri Lanka, but further north, it's generally dry and fine.
The weather, brought to you by Visit Qatar.
Mining the world's biggest ocean could be key to fighting climate change and transforming Pacific Island economies. In the second of 2 special reports, 101 East investigates what's at stake on Al Jazeera.
Setting the discussions, examining the headlines. Explore an abundance of world-class programming designed to inform, motivate, and inspire you on Al Jazeera.
Thought-provoking answers.
But the patient doesn't have time to wait for all that.
That's extremely unfortunate, but there are no quick wins in dementia research.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Do you feel like America is less segregated these days, or is it just a different form?
I think that democracy is a process.
Facing realities.
Do you fear that the fracture is already starting, with the G7 and the US on one side, China and the BRICS on the other?
I think there is a huge risk of that to happen.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Hello, you're watching Al Jazeera. I'm Emily Angwin. Let's bring you up to speed with the latest developments on the ground in the Gaza-Israel war. The number of Israelis killed has surged to 659 since Hamas launched its surprise attack on Israel. They include members of the security forces and civilians. At least 370 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes on Gaza. And Israel continues its strikes on the Gaza Strip as it struggles to secure its southern frontier. The government has officially declared its country is at war. The declaration gives the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister expanded powers. Hussam Zomlot is the Palestinian ambassador to the United Kingdom. He says a century of historical context must be considered.
Do I support my people's quest for the last 100 years for liberation and for ending this occupation and for their very legitimate rights of self-determination and return? Yes. Do I understand the international position? No, I don't. And I think we need to discuss that first and foremost. History did not begin only 48 hours ago in Gaza and around Gaza. History began here, in fact, in this very capital 106 years ago when Britain with the US and the West decided to give away our land without consulting us, the Balfour Declaration, denying us even the definition of peoplehood and nationhood. In the Balfour Declaration, it was declared that we were the non-Jewish minorities, when in fact we were more than 96% of the population owning the vast majority of the land. And then it continued during the British Mandate of Palestine. They were committed contractually with the League of Nations to prepare us for statehood, and then again they denied us our right of self-determination and statehood. The West continues to do the very same. Denial that the Palestinians have equal rights, complete siding with Israel, and absolutely what we are going to witness in the coming hours and days is going to be heinous. Mass murder will occur. Netanyahu has already declared to the world that he will target civilians. He will wipe Gaza off the map. And the question that we need to be concerned with right now is, how do we stop this? How do we stop the bleeding? How do we stop further illegalities and violations?
There has been global concern over the spike in violence between Israelis and Palestinians. We have 3 correspondents monitoring that. And before we head to them, we have just received word that more than 700 Israelis have been confirmed to have been killed in the past 2 days. We have Shihab Ratanzi at the UN in New York, Harry Fawcett in London, and Dorsa Jabari standing by for us in Tehran. Shihab, let's start with you. The United Nations Security Council will hold an emergency meeting in a few hours' time. What are we expecting in terms of its power to de-escalate the situation, if at all?
We expect that meeting in 2.5 hours. Time. It's interesting, though. These are going to be closed consultations. It's not going to be a public meeting. We won't be able to see the consultations. And in fact, there has been some discussion about the format. Initially, we understand it was requested by members to be a private meeting. So that is still a formal meeting of the UN Security Council at which the Israeli and Palestinian representatives could be present. But then that was changed to closed consultation. So not a formal meeting of the UN Security Council, and only the representatives on the Security Council, currently on the Security Council, can attend the meeting. So very interesting, perhaps. I mean, as far as what we can expect, we will certainly be looking out for what people say as they go into their meeting. Actually, incidentally, the Israeli ambassador is due to speak in about an hour, apparently, here at the UN to the press. We've already had condemnation for the incursion by Hamas and the Palestinians from Britain, the US, France, and Brazil. The UAE has called for a reinstatement of the international quartet. So the UN brokered peace process needs to begin again. The Russians have asked for an immediate ceasefire from the Israelis and Palestinians. So we might expect some of those sentiments to be reiterated in any statement that comes out of this. But in the meantime, though, we are just waiting for more information. We did actually just get, in the last few minutes, a statement from the Palestinian representative, the mission to the UN, which is what they've now submitted to the Security Council for their consideration. The Security Council must end its paralysis and move immediately to uphold its charter duties in the face of growing threats to international peace and security. It must rise to its responsibilities regarding the Palestinian question. an offer the political horizon that's been missing far too long. UN resolutions must be implemented. Israel cannot continue to be being allowed to act as a state above the law. That follows an Israeli statement to the Security Council that was submitted on Saturday, which went, it's now time for the international community, including the Security Council, to unequivocally condemn the appalling terror attacks carried out by Hamas and all terrorist organizations against the civilians of Israel. But we're standing by for more comment from the members of the UN Security Council now.
OK, keep us posted as to how that unfolds. Shihab Rattansi there at the UN. Now, before we go to Harry, we're seeing live pictures out of Gaza where at least 4 to 5 hits have happened, or strikes have happened in Gaza. We're seeing the night sky being lit up. Harry Fawcett, you're live for us in London. A number of European nations have increased their security as a result of this conflict in the past 2 days. How are they trying to reassure their citizens?
That's right. There have been several scenes of celebrations of people supporting the actions of Hamas, waving Palestinian flags in a number of European nations. And the other side of that coin, as far as the European political leaders involved are concerned, is a concern for the safety of Jewish communities within their countries. So in Italy, in Germany, in France, and here in the UK, there have been announcements of either increased patrols or increased security around synagogues and schools, for example. That's the focus in France. We've also had a message on X, formerly Twitter, from the Interior Minister, the Home Secretary here in the UK, Suella Braverman, saying that the events in Israel and in Gaza should not be used as a pretext to stir up hatred against British Jews, and that they would do everything necessary to protect Jewish communities and show zero tolerance for glorification of terrorism. She said as well that the Metropolitan Police, that the police more generally should use the full force of the law against anyone displaying support for Hamas and other organisations like it. As well as that, we've been hearing pretty unified condemnation from European leaders of this attack. We've heard from Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, for instance, calling it terrorism in its most despicable form. A number of professions of the right of Israel to defend itself. That's something that Benjamin Netanyahu referred to in his most recent discussions with the leaders of Germany, Ukraine, Italy, and the UK, saying that there was unequivocal determination or at least approval for Israel to use whatever it required to defend itself against these sorts of attacks. And also one other line from Germany saying that it might review its hundreds of millions of dollars a year funding for various Palestinian groups. The minister in charge of that saying that the events of the last couple of days mark a fracture in the usual state of events in Israel-Palestine.
Thanks so much for the update, Harry Fawcett in London. Let's get the view now from Iran, where Dorset Jabari is standing by for us in Tehran. Israel says that Iran has its tentacles everywhere. What does it mean by that? And why is Iran such a significant player in this conflict?
Well, I think Israel is accusing Iran of funding these groups, the resistance groups that have been able to carry out these attacks. And it is something that is not the first time we've heard Israel accuse Iran of being involved in these movements in Palestine. What we do know is that this evening, the Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi made two very important phone calls. He spoke to the Secretary General of Islamic Jihad, Ziad al-Nakhala, who spoke to the president, and the Iranian president reiterated that what unfolded over the past 24 hours has been a big and unprecedented event in the territories over the past 70 years, and that he was sure that the victory will continue and that it is something that has made the Islamic nations very happy. The Secretary General of Islamic Jihad, for his part, thanked Iranian president and the Iranian leadership and the Iranian government and the people for their support. And he also gave the president an up-to-date report of what was actually taking place in terms of the operations and what was the latest on the ground. We also understand that the Iranian president also spoke to the head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, and Ebrahim Raisi expressed his wish, a desire that the two men will soon be able to pray next to each other at Al-Aqsa Mosque. And the head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, also thanked the Iranian president and Islamic nations for their support. And he said that without their support, the actions that they were able to carry out would not have been possible. And at the top of that list of countries that have helped Hamas is Iran. This gives you an idea of how close Iran's relationship is to these groups, these Palestinian groups. And it has been something that has been ongoing for a very long time. Since the revolution of 1979, Iran has made it a point that the plight of the Palestinian people is very much close to their heart and is something that they will always support, and that Israel is certainly public enemy number one for this country.
And thank you so much, Dulcet Jabari, live for us. We just had to cut that short because we're seeing the night sky be lit up by airstrikes in the Gaza Strip. This conflict is now almost hitting 2 days, and we had expected such a flare-up. That is a live picture of the Gaza Strip as we head into the second day of this conflict. On Saturday morning, Hamas launched a wave of rocket attacks and fighters stormed into Israel. It was the deadliest day in 50 years. We've just had word that more than 700 Israelis have been killed in this conflict in the past 48 hours and 370 Palestinians. Fighting between the two sides continues. Hundreds of civilians. That is quite an incredible scene there that we're seeing. Bright fire lighting up the sky of Gaza. Let's just see if there's any sound that we can hear on that feed. OK, we don't have any sound on that audio. We have heard that the Israeli government has declared all-out war, and those are pictures that we're seeing of a declaration of war. Civilians, 2.3 million Palestinians live in the Gaza Strip, and as we're watching those pictures unfold, I want to bring in Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, Marwan Bashara, who joins us live from Paris. We've mentioned that the Knesset has declared all-out war, but you would argue, Marwan, that the war has been going on for decades.
Well, the conflict certainly has been going on for decades, and clearly the 55-year occupation is by definition a system of violence. It's a very violent system. Perhaps it's slow violence, the kind of violence that the cameras for the international media cannot catch on a moment-to-moment and day-to-day basis because it's not exactly dramatic. It doesn't make for good TV. But clearly an occupation that goes on for 50 years plus that continues to repress people in their daily lives is, quite violent. In comparison to this, it's, of course, very different. This is very dramatic. The images, the people killed, captured, injured, and so on and so forth, right? And so, of course, when it bleeds, it leads. And I think one of the goals, objectives of provocations of that nature, where they do lead to bloodiness of that, it's usually people or organizations who are totally invisible to make themselves visible. One of the objectives in an asymmetrical conflict is for the weaker party to make itself known, to make itself present, to make itself, to impose itself, if you will, on the political agenda in the region and beyond.
Marwan, we knew that Israel was going to increase its level of attacks. It had urged the evacuation of people near the Gaza Strip. We're seeing strikes from the air on our screen at the moment. The dark night sky has been lit up by these recent airstrikes, more than a dozen, I would estimate, over the past hour. What else could we see in terms of a military response from Israel? Is it likely that we could see it invading from the ground?
We must emphasize once and again, and it's probably going to be with us for the next few days, so we might as well start. This is not a conventional war. And if you and the rest of our viewers around the world are watching, what are we watching exactly? It's night, and the Israelis are bombarding, and that's the end of that. This phase of this war, as it were, right, is Israelis bombarding basically an open prison called Gaza. Now, of course, Hamas, which is basically de facto in control there, have carried the attack yesterday and does shoot rockets towards Israel. But it is the kind of asymmetrical warfare in the sense that Hamas is not an army, Gaza is not a state, and we don't have something that is symmetrical between two equal parties. We have a very advanced, very powerful country, a nuclear power country, Israel. On the other hand, we have a guerrilla movement, a liberation movement of sort, that basically exists in this open prison, this refugee camp called the Gaza Strip. So Hamas did try to
interrupt you there only because
means.
we're seeing quite incredible scenes coming from Gaza. So do stand by. That was Marwan Bashara, our political editor for Al Jazeera. Let's bring in Tarak Abu Azum, who is actually live on the scene in Gaza. Tarak, can you explain what you're hearing, witnessing, seeing?
Right now, the Israeli occupation forces are targeting different areas in the northwest of the Gaza Strip. Now, the occupation forces are adopting and applying the principle and the strategy of the fire belt, in which the Israeli occupation uses it to generally facilitate the process of its ground invasion by destroying every single area close to the borders, specifically in the areas that are considered to be eastern and close to the adjacent also settlements. In retaliation to the Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip, the Palestinian resistance started launching barrages of rockets towards the Israeli cities. As we can clearly right now see in the Gaza Strip, the sky of the Gaza Strip is witnessing various kinds of clashes, exchanging fires between both parts. Now the process and the level of tension is accelerating and spiking rapidly without any gradual, let's say, de-escalating for the current situation. Now, as we can see, as we can clearly hear right now, the sound of the Israeli fire jets that are hovering inside over the sky of the Gaza Strip and are launching different kinds of airstrikes. Now, different areas, as I can right now hear, that have been targeted extensively by the occupation air raids now. And if you can concentrate on the scene in every single place in the Gaza Strip, you'll find out there is a fire hole that has been generally made by the Israeli occupation air forces.
Do you have any concept of what the targets are at this stage? Can you see which buildings have been hit?
Actually, the targets considered to be residential houses that are close to the eastern borders of the Gaza Strip, in which the majority of its dwellers have been evacuated after receiving notifications from the Israeli army to evacuate these places. Now, usually this approach has been applied by the army in order to ease the process of the ground intrusion into the Gaza Strip. This comes generally after the press release that had been stated by the Israeli ministers and the Israeli chief ministers, who said that now it's the time for war inside the Gaza Strip. So I think clearly, and everyone can see that the level of escalation now is getting much more higher, and the coming hours might be really hard for Palestinians.
We always knew that it was going to be a tense evening, that people in Gaza were going to have to prepare for a tense night ahead. What, if anything, can they do to protect themselves from an onslaught such as this?
Now, all of the, let's say, 70% of the Gazans are now, let's say, secured in the houses. They just don't have any safe shelter except the Onawa school, which now had been fully filled with the displaced Palestinians who evacuated the houses earlier this day. And the majority of them, they have now no hope except like they want to live in their houses peacefully, being away from the Israeli strikes. But in fact, now the Israeli strikes are everywhere inside the Gaza Strip. Every single corner in the Gaza Strip right now witness different kinds of strikes, which really give the great and general impression that the situation will witness massive deterioration within coming days.
Tarek, I just want to give a recap to our audience who's just joining us. What we know at this stage is that the number of Israelis killed has increased to 700 since Hamas launched its biggest attack on Israel on Sunday. Hundreds of civilians and soldiers have been shot and killed as fighters stormed in. There are towns and cities in Israel which have been infiltrated by Hamas, and the Palestinian group has breached the Gaza barrier at several entry points. What we're seeing now is Israel targeting Gaza, and I want you just to paint a picture of what's happened in the past hour or so. How many strikes have you heard and seen, and what do you think that the targets are?
Generally, the numbers of a strike had been intensified during the early beginning of this day. Like, it passed more than hundreds of strikes that had been targeted on civilians inside the Gaza Strip. Some kinds of, let's say, the quality and the kinds of targets were varied from residential towers, commercial banks, shops, and even civil infrastructure, besides targeting some military sites that belong to the Palestinian militant groups. And it's important to mention that 90% of the political and military leaders of the militant groups' houses have been targeted by the occupation forces since the early beginning of this conflict. It seems that the situation is really spiking, despite the fact that regional mediators are trying to convince both parts to self-control and to de-escalate the wave of tension.
I'm just hearing on your microphone there, Tarek, that there's just been another explosion. If we can just take a wide shot, I want to see, if we can, how close that is to you.
All right. I will now ask the cameraman to take for a wide shot for the Gaza Strip right now. Actually, you can just move it to that place or to this side to see the level of explosions that really took place. Due to the corner of the or to the angle of the camera.
We're just going to go to a quick break before we go to our next program. You're watching Al Jazeera and our rolling coverage of the conflict between Israel and Gaza. Do stay with us.
Liberians are heading to the polls to elect a president and members of the House of Representatives. Can George Weah secure a second presidential term despite high unemployment and accusations of corruption? Or will the country vote for change? Liberia's elections. Special coverage on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. I'm Emily Angwin. This is our continuing coverage of the conflict between Israel and Gaza. Israel has launched a barrage of strikes. These are live pictures from the territory as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vows to turn the Palestinian territory into a deserted island. The number of Israelis killed in the unprecedented attacks by Hamas fighters rises to more than 700. Israel's government officially declares war. The toll for one family, a sole survivor mourns after all of his loved ones are killed in an Israeli airstrike on Gaza. On the ground, fierce battles between Hamas fighters and Israeli forces continue in several areas across southern Israel. Welcome to the program and our rolling coverage. Israeli airstrikes are lighting up the night sky in Gaza as it continues to hit the besieged enclave on Sunday. Civilian infrastructure has been levelled to the ground. Airstrikes have hit residential areas as well as tunnels and a mosque. At least 370 Palestinians have been killed so far, with more than 2,200 injured. The Gaza-Israel war, which is now well into its second day and has seen the number of Israelis killed to more than 700 since Hamas launched its biggest attack on Israel on Saturday. Hundreds of civilians and soldiers were shot and killed as fighters stormed. These are all the towns and cities in Israel which have been infiltrated by Hamas. The Palestinian group breached the Gaza barrier at several entry points. Some of the fighters used makeshift paragliders to get past the barrier. They were filmed heading to Zikum, an Israeli coastal town. Near the Gaza border, Israelis attending a music festival fled the scene when fighters entered the area. Israeli media says hundreds of bodies have been discovered there. At the Erez crossing, Hamas used bulldozers to break past the barrier. They later released a video showing fighters breaching a checkpoint and taking captives. On Sunday, Israel confirmed there's been fighting in these three settlements. The Palestinian armed group Islamic Jihad says its fighters are now involved. Rob Reynolds has today's developments from southern Israel near the Gaza frontier.
Palestinian fighters from Gaza infiltrated close to the major Israeli city of Ashkelon Sunday and exchanged fire with Israeli forces. The fighters were pursued, driving a car believed to have been seized from one of the settlements near the Gaza Strip. In a shootout with Israeli troops and police, an undetermined number of Israelis were killed. The fate of the Palestinian fighters is unclear. To the north, near the Lebanese border, explosions in the occupied Shiva Farms and Kfar Shuba Hills on Sunday morning may develop into a serious escalation of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The Israeli army says it has fired artillery shells on Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon. It comes shortly after Hezbollah fighters launched a rocket attack on an Israeli military post.
In solidarity with the Palestinian resistance and their struggle, groups from the martyr commander Hajj Ahmad Mughniya in the Islamic resistance this morning attacked 3 positions of the Zionist occupation in the occupied Shiba Farms area. A large number of artillery shells and guided missiles were fired at the radar site, the Zibdin site, and the Ruwaysat al-Alam site. The sites were hit directly.
In Gaza City, the Palestinians woke up to scenes of death and destruction following a night of Israeli bombardment. Israeli rockets leveled residential homes and business towers across the city. The Ministry of Health in Gaza reports the killing of over 300 people, including 20 children, with nearly 2,000 injured. From this point at an Israeli roadblock about 10 kilometers from the border, we can clearly hear the sounds of Israeli artillery, gunboats in the Mediterranean, and tanks all firing on Gaza. Israel says it's only the beginning of a long campaign to punish Hamas following unprecedented attacks on Israel Saturday.
There are tens of thousands of military personnel in the surrounding areas near Gaza. We will continue to arrive to every settlement until we kill all the gunmen who are inside Israeli territory.
The land, air, and sea attack by Al-Qassam brigades and other groups left hundreds of Israelis dead and many more wounded. The Israeli army has announced the names of 26 soldiers, which it says were killed in the attacks. An unknown number of military and civilians have been taken prisoner by Palestinian fighters. Israeli media quoted unofficial sources saying up to 750 Israelis are still unaccounted for. Details of Saturday's attack continue to emerge. This video, published by the Al-Qassam brigades, shows its fighters taking control of the Raim military base, headquarters of the Israeli Gaza division. In response to the Israeli night raids on Gaza, Al-Qassam brigades launched a second wave of attacks, targeting Tel Aviv with more than 150 rockets. The extent of Israel's operation is still unclear, with its army putting out messages to Palestinian civilians in villages around the city of Gaza, telling them to evacuate. That could be a sign Israel intends a land invasion of the Strip. And despite calls for an end to hostilities coming from Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, there's no sign of the immediate offers of mediation that used to follow every previous Israeli war on Gaza. Rob Reynolds, Al Jazeera in southern Israel near the border with Gaza.
We have a team of correspondents covering all angles of this story. We have Tarek Abu Azum, who's live for us inside Gaza, Mohammed Jamjoom in West Jerusalem, and Imran Khan is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. I want to cross straight away to Tarek, who is in Gaza for us, and we've been seeing images of the night sky being lit up by strikes. What's the latest where you are, and how many strikes have occurred, and what's been the damage to infrastructure?
Well, during the last couple of minutes, generally, the eastern borders of Shujaiya witnessed massive destruction due to the Israeli strikes. In fact, dozens of strikes were carried out against that area in order to crack down any possible infiltration or, let's say, offensive that might be taking place from that area. In fact, we can clearly understand that this strategy will be applied alongside the borders of the Gaza Strip in order to secure the Israeli borders from the infiltration of the Palestinian militant groups.
What is the mood on the ground like? You've obviously been in Gaza all of today. How have Palestinians been preparing for what was always going to be a tense night?
Palestinians are in their homes right now. 30% of the Palestinians, or specifically Gazans, are in UNRWA shelters, are displaced from their original houses, and the majority of Gazans are living such a great fear and panic due to the Israeli ongoing strike. They don't have any other solution but to remain in the houses, to pair up with the current situation, and even if they were displaced, the full capacity of UNRWA schools has reached its full potential. There is no more affordable places for more displaced people. So we can clearly see that a humanitarian crisis will be broken out if the situation will remain as it is without proper changes in the coming hours.
Can you give us a sense of how frequent these strikes have been? We've been seeing the fire or the light up the night sky over the past hour or so. How frequent have they been, and where are they happening, do you think?
Now, all of the strikes are carried out in different areas inside the Gaza Strip, in the northwest, central, and even in the southern areas. As long as targets are available for the Israeli drones, the Israeli air forces will attack these targets without any previous warning. And we can clearly hear explosions from time to time. We can say every 2 or 3 minutes we can hear the sound of explosions that take place inside the Gaza Strip areas.
All right, Tarek, thank you so much for your update. Tarek Abu Azum there. Let's bring in Mohammed Jamjoom now, who's live for us in West Jerusalem. Hello there, Mohammed. The Cabinet, as we've been reporting, has approved the declaration of war. What does that mean in terms of this conflict?
Emily, let me first just tell you about some new developments we've learned about in the past few minutes. The first is that we've seen confirmation from the Prime Minister's office that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with security officials, including the Defense Minister. He is having a situational assessment that is happening at this hour at the Ministry of Defense in Tel Aviv. So we expect we'll hear more about what was discussed in that assessment and the next steps forward rather soon, in the next few hours, probably. We've also seen an interview with the former defense minister, Benny Gantz, who is now a member of the opposition, one of the opposition leaders in this country, in which it was televised, in which he said that he is willing to form an emergency unity government with the prime minister at this very critical time. Now, we've heard other members of the opposition in the last day and a half who have also made similar overtures to the prime minister, saying that this is a time for national unity. Despite political differences, they should come together. There are some opposition leaders who have made those offers conditionally, but we've not yet heard an acceptance, an official acceptance from the prime minister. The prime minister has said in the last day that he is considering those overtures. That's the latest developments at this hour. Now, when it comes to this declaration of war, it's a little bit complicated. Let me just walk you through it. You heard yesterday, of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that the country was at war. Then you had the cabinet meeting in which the cabinet voted on the declaration of war, and they approved it. What happens next is that there is a committee in the country's parliament that will study this. This is expected to happen tomorrow. Then they will vote on it. They will approve the declaration of war. And then thereafter, the prime minister will address the Knesset, the parliament, and will declare that the country is officially at war. It basically formalizes it. It legalizes the process. Now, there's a lot of concern amongst many that we've spoken with the past few hours because they're worried about what exactly happens next. You have the tensions that are going on Israel's border with Lebanon. You have a lot of people expecting that there will be a ground invasion into Gaza relatively soon. So a lot of worry at this hour. People not sure what's going to happen next, but really hoping that things will improve and that the situation will eventually de-escalate. Emily?
Mohammed, that brings me to my next question. Obviously, politicians aside, you've been speaking to a number of people on the ground, everyday people. What have they been telling you and what are their major concerns?
Well, by and large, Emily, everybody that I've spoken with in the last several hours in West Jerusalem, where we are now, and also in occupied East Jerusalem, where we were earlier, said that they never would have expected that they would have seen something like what happened yesterday. They said that they were shocked that there was such an immense intelligence and operational failure on the part of the Israeli army and security officials. They are really concerned about what is going to happen next. They said that they do believe that at some point there will probably be political ramifications for the prime minister because this happened under his watch. But they've also said that they just haven't had time to really process what happened and get their heads around it. It is something that is really immense for them. They don't know what is going to happen next. But many of those that I spoke with said that what they witnessed happening yesterday, they believe that it is even worse than what happened during the Yom Kippur War 50 years ago. Emily?
Okay, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed, Mohammed Jamjoom in West Jerusalem for us. Let's head to Ramallah now, where Imran Khan is standing by for us. Imran, have we heard anything from the Palestinian Authority today?
Well, what we've been hearing from the Palestinian Authority is pretty much the same language we've been hearing from them anytime there is an Israeli incursion against Palestinians. Obviously, they're taking this situation much more seriously than they have anything else. But the language is pretty familiar. The Palestinian Ministry of Affairs issued a statement saying they strongly condemn the international community's silence in the face of ongoing Israeli aggression and massacres against Palestinian civilians. Now, the Palestinian Authority is also negotiating with the Egyptians to open the Rafah border crossing. The Rafah border crossing goes from Egypt into Gaza. They want that border crossing to be open so they can get in humanitarian aid to the people that need it the most in Gaza. Also, throughout the day, the international community has been speaking to the Palestinian Authority at the highest levels. But on the ground here in Ramallah, across the occupied West Bank, there was a day of strike. They've pretty much shut down the city. It's worth just showing you. This is the quietest I've seen Ramallah on a Sunday night in the many, many years I've been coming here. everything that makes a society function, government offices, legal offices, shops, schools, colleges, universities, etc., has all shut down in support of Hamas. There have been sporadic protests going on in Menara Square, which you can just see down there throughout the day. I've been speaking to people at those protests, been speaking to people across the occupied West Bank, and they keep telling me the same thing. What were you expecting? If you treat people like animals, don't be surprised when they fight back. Yes, everybody is surprised at the size of this fight back. But what's getting lost, what happens a lot within this conversation, is the fact that the Palestinians are allowed, under international law, to resist occupation. But we're in a very strange situation here in the occupied West Bank and in other places as well, because the Palestinian Authority over the years has had to give guarantees to the people occupying it. That's a very unusual situation. So that's been really frustrating for Palestinians here on the ground. But generally speaking, a lot of people are in support of what Hamas is actually doing. They're saying this has been a very long time coming.
All right, thanks so much for bringing us up to speed. Imran Khan in Ramallah for us. Pope Francis, meanwhile, has called for an end to the attacks and violence in Israel. In an address to the crowd at St. Peter's Square, he expressed his solidarity with the victims. The head of the Catholic Church said fighting will not solve any problems.
Let the attacks and weapons cease, please, because it must be understood that terrorism and war bring no solutions, but only the death and suffering of many innocent lives. War is a defeat. Every war is a defeat. Let us pray for peace in Israel and Palestine.
And this was the scene in Istanbul, where thousands of people marched to show their support for Palestinian fighters. Many also waved Palestinian flags and chanted slogans in support of Hamas. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is urging both sides to de-escalate tensions. Erdogan says Turkey will ramp up its diplomatic efforts to achieve calm.
On behalf of Turkey and in light of this morning's events in Israel, we invite all parties to act reasonably and to stay away from impulsive steps that raise tensions.
Rallies were also held in Yemen's capital, Sana'a. People celebrated what's been known or become to be known as Al-Aqsa flood military operation by Hamas. And in Kuwait, crowds also marched in support for Palestinians in Gaza. Let's head to the US now, where President Joe Biden has been speaking on the phone with Benjamin Netanyahu. Our State Department correspondent Rosalind Jordan joins us live now from Washington, D.C. Ros, what more do we know about the content of this phone call?
Well, according to a statement just released by the White House, the U.S. President Joe Biden told the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that the U.S. stands with Israel and that military assistance, which Israel has requested for its defense forces, is on its way to Israel. We don't know specifically what is being sent, but it is worth pointing out that the Pentagon has said in the past day or so that the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is consulting with Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, about what support the defense forces need in order to repel this attack that was launched by Hamas early on Saturday. We also note from the White House statement that the president said that active diplomacy has been conducted and continues to be conducted in order to try to bring this war between Hamas and Israel to a swift conclusion without further loss of life, and certainly to try to help recover those persons who were kidnapped by Hamas and taken to Gaza in the last 24 hours.
Plenty of moving parts to this story. Thank you so much, Rosalind Jordan, live for us there. Let's bring in Shihab Rattansi, who joins us from the UN. The United Nations Security Council will hold an emergency meeting very shortly, Shihab. What are we expecting, if anything, in terms of its power to de-escalate the situation?
Well, we expect that meeting in about an hour and a half's time, just over an hour and a half. It's interesting, the format of the meeting has led to some questions as to what exactly can be achieved from the Security Council in its official capacity. Because originally, we understand that Malta asked for this to be a private meeting of the UN Security Council. So that is a closed meeting. The public wouldn't be able to see what was going on, but that the affected parties in this crisis, Israel and Palestine, would be able to attend and participate. But then that was changed to closed consultations of the UN Security Council. So that is not a formal meeting of the UN Security Council, and only the current members of the UN Security Council can participate, not the Israeli and Palestinian representatives to the UN. We expect them to be briefed by the UN Special Representative for Middle East Peace, the Middle East Peace Process, Tor Wennesland. Beyond that, we don't have much more information as to what's on the agenda. We do know, however, that the Israeli ambassador to the UN is about to speak to reporters outside the Security Council within the next 10 minutes. We'll be looking at that. We'll also be trying to catch representatives from the various missions on their way into their Security Council meeting.
We've been hearing, particularly from Amnesty International and other international organisations, that the root causes of this violence need to be addressed. I mean, how likely is that going to be the case at this meeting?
Currently, though, we've just had very kind of boilerplate condemnations from certainly the Western nations and Brazil against Hamas's incursion into Israel. The UAE has asked for a resumption or a reinvigoration of what's called the Quartet, that is the UN, the US, EU and Russia, which was supposedly overseeing some sort of peace process. But clearly, what's clear is, and what I think a lot of the reporting and the guests you've been talking to have said, is there has been this sense of complacency that this is all just going to keep quiet. I mean, to be honest, actually, there's that pivotal moment at the UN General Assembly right here, just last month, when Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, brandished a map of the new Middle East at the UN General Assembly on which there was no mention of the Palestinians. It was just various Arab states and Israel. And you have to look back then at that pivotal moment of the UN General Assembly as to, well, I think we'll all be looking back at that particular moment. Clearly, as far as Benjamin Netanyahu was concerned, the Palestinian question was over, but clearly Hamas had other ideas.
The historical context must be considered. You're right. Thank you so much, Shihab Rattansi at the United Nations for us. Let's head to London now, where Harry Fawcett is standing by. Harry, a number of European nations have increased their security as a result of this conflict in the past 2 days. How are they trying to reassure their citizens?
That's right. A number of European nations talking about the potential threats to their Jewish citizens, the Jewish communities. So we've heard from the French that they plan to increase protection at schools and synagogues. The police here in London talking about increased patrols and also planning for potential protests in the coming days, presumably looking forward to the kind of Israeli attack on Gaza that we might be expecting in the coming days and any protests against that. Also, in the last few minutes, we've seen a video from the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, in which he talked about this being no moment for equivocation and that he would be unequivocal in blaming Hamas and its supporters for what was taking place inside Israel-Palestine. At the moment, also saying that he'd spoken to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and offered Britain's steadfast support and any assistance that Israel might need. That was one of 4 conversations that the Israeli Prime Minister had during the course of the afternoon on Sunday. He also spoke to the German leader, the Ukrainian president, and the Prime Minister of Italy as well. And so there is this continued very strong support for Israel and very strong condemnation of the kind of large-scale civilian killing that was carried out by those Hamas fighters on Saturday, and also the kidnappings of some of those people and the taking them inside Gaza. There are certainly growing reports that many of those people, or at least several of them, may be foreign nationals. There is one missing Britain, for example. So increasing levels of concern. There's also been one line from the United Nations World Food Programme based in Rome. They are calling for the opening and the maintaining of a humanitarian food corridor into Gaza ahead of what everyone is expecting to be this very large-scale ramping up of the Israeli military action.
Really appreciate the update. Harry Fawcett in London for us. Let's take a look now at the latest conversations that are happening on social media about the Israel-Gaza war. Laura Khan has been monitoring what's happening online.
The word that's been used over and over from news to social media is that the Hamas military wing's infiltration of the Gaza fence was unprecedented. This video was posted by Al-Qassam Brigades, the military wing of Hamas. From their website to Telegram, they had filmmakers with them recording every moment they wanted the world to see. As they broke through the fence, some of the paragliders were filmed from a party in Israel. Before people fled, many were killed or captured. As they sent thousands of rockets from Gaza, this ex-user posted white streaks of rockets over the skies of Jerusalem. And this was posted from Tel Aviv airport as passengers were told to lay flat on the ground. Within a few hours, people in Gaza took to X to post Israeli airstrikes on Gaza. There has been much criticism across the platforms. Firstly, how Israel could have been blindsided. Journalist Belle True stated on X that it's a birthplace of the world's most powerful surveillance software, but no one saw this coming. And journalist Angel Pfeiffer says many have been comparing this to what Israelis call the concept, an idea that Israel was infallible before they were surprised 50 years ago when Egypt and Syria attacked in the 1973 war. But he points out a key difference. This is not a war for Israel's survival. It's not facing invading armies. And others took to social media to point out double standards in the outrage expressed over the Hamas offensive, but not the Israeli occupation. Poet Remy Kanazi pointed out that calm is when Gaza is bombed, villages are invaded, homes are bulldozed, journalists are shot. Calm shattered is when Palestinians respond. And cartoons depicting the moment Al-Qassam Brigades broke through the Israeli fence have been shared across social platforms. Cartoonist Mahmoud Arafai posted this of the parachutes across the Gaza fence. And this cartoon from Bisan Arafat depicts a captured Israeli bulldozer ramming through the Gaza-Israel border fence. Thanks for joining us. We'll keep you updated on the latest.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, we'll bring you more coverage of the Gaza-Israel war. Stay with us.
Hello, the weather's set fair across much of the Middle East. More hot sunshine coming through even for this part of the world. Further north, a little more cloud. Maybe that cloud thick enough at times to bring one or two showers towards Cyprus, towards the Levant. So Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, you could catch a shower or two here. Maybe even the odd shower just sliding down into Israel and the occupied territories. The wetter weather will be further north around the Caucasus, sinking further southwards. That eastern side of Turkey, seeing some showers. Northern areas of Iraq could catch a shower or two, pushing into the far north of Iran. But generally speaking, we are looking at hot and dry even for this part of the world. Temperatures maybe a couple of degrees above average at present. Hot sunshine continuing across a good part of North Africa. Might just catch the odd rogue shower there into northern areas of Libya. Plenty of widespread showers across West Africa, beefing up once again those showers, stretching right across into the Gulf of Guinea, easing across Cameroon, Gabon. A lot of wet weather there. Northern parts of Angola also seeing some heavy showers. Just noticed on the other side of the Rift Valley, these showers just starting to ramp up as we go through Monday, more so into Tuesday, actually. So even into Rwanda and Burundi, you could see some big showers. Eastern parts of South Africa also with a chance of seeing some showers or longer spells of rain.
To win the Qatar Grand Prix.
Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award. Nominate your hero now.
Hello, you're watching Al Jazeera. I'm Emily Angwin. Let's bring you up to speed with the latest developments on the ground in the Gaza-Israel war. Israeli airstrikes are continuing to pound Gaza a day after Hamas launched an unprecedented military operation from the territory. The airstrikes have hit residential areas, tunnels and a mosque. At least 370 Palestinians have been killed so far, with more than 2,200 injured. And the number of Israelis killed has surged to more than 700. They include members of the security forces and civilians. Parts of southern Israel remain under attack. The Israeli government has officially declared war, handing the Prime Minister and Defence Minister extra powers. Before we head to our guests, let's take a look at how the human cost of this latest war compares to others. In the 2008 war on Gaza, about 1,400 Palestinians and 13 Israelis died before a ceasefire was reached. In 2014, more than 2,000 Palestinians were killed in Gaza. 73 Israelis died, most of them members of the armed forces. And 2 years ago, another flare-up resulted in 250 Palestinians killed in Gaza. 13 people lost their lives inside Israel. Let's focus now on how this latest conflict between Hamas and Israel could pan out and whether it could be more prolonged and even more bitter than those that have come before. We've got three guests joining us to discuss this. We have Rafael Jerusalmi. He is a former Israeli intelligence officer and is in Tel Aviv. We have Marwan Bashara, who is Al Jazeera's senior political analyst in Paris, and Patrick Bury is a defence and security analyst. Before we head to our guests, though, we're going to cross to the United Nations, where the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations is speaking. Let's listen to what he has to say.
And began a barbaric pogrom of unparalleled magnitude. Ruthless terrorists gunned down innocent Israeli civilians in the streets, murdering anything that moved, anything. I'll show you just one example. Just look at this photo of bodies of women strewn in the street, in a bus stop. Innocents murdered in cold blood. These animal-like terrorists broke into homes, gathered entire families into rooms, and shot them point blank, as if they were stomping on insects. Grandparents and the elderly, among them Holocaust survivors who endured the Nazis, were violently dragged from their homes, this time by Hamas, and taken into Gaza. Can you get me the photo of the Holocaust survivor? Look at this grandmother being forced to hold a Hamas terrorist rifle as he takes a picture with her. This is inhumane. Inhumane. Mothers and their babies, as well as babies separated from their mothers, were brutally taken hostage. Just look at this video now. This mother is crying as she clutches her two precious babies before being put on a truck to Gaza. These are war crimes, blatant documented war crimes. But tragically, the abominations don't end here. Hamas terrorists happened upon an outdoor party of hundreds of young Israelis celebrating the holiday weekend. These savages gunned down Jewish revelers just like Nazi death squads in the 1940s. Hundreds were butchered, their bodies mutilated and defiled. And those who survived were taken to Gaza. Listen to this young girl screaming as she is kidnapped, separated from her friend, not knowing what fate awaits her. Try to comprehend the magnitude of this situation. Try to digest the ruthless inhumanity. I have seen shocking footage, graphic images that will forever be seared in my brain. What we are witnessing are war crimes, blatant, barbaric war crimes, slaughtering civilians, abusing hostages, taking babies from their mothers. There are no words to describe such savagery. I don't want to imagine what is happening right now to all of those innocent Israeli civilians being held captive in Gaza, the horrors they are enduring.
Okay, that was the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations ahead of a Security Council meeting. Certainly some strong words of condemnation coming from him. I want to bring in Al Jazeera's senior political analyst Marwan Bashara to give us his reaction to what was said by the ambassador. Marwan?
Well, it's to be expected, of course. There's been a tragedy of sort for Israel. It was shocked to the core by the attack yesterday by Hamas fighters. And I think they're immediately getting engaged in public relations campaign in order to demonize Hamas and the Palestinians. But alas, in this very particular region, for every picture or image, dramatic, bloody, and sad as it may be, the Palestinians, of course, will produce 1,000 other images and pictures of Palestinians dead and injured and kidnapped and so on and so forth by Israeli soldiers and Israeli settlers. It is quite unfortunate that instead of learning the lessons of history in this very particular case, the Israelis are immediately resorting to more of the same hasbara, to more of the same propaganda, instead of really looking inward and to see what are the root causes of this issue and what drives Hamas fighters to carry such an attack. Why would they terrorize the population of southern Israel? What is the nature of occupation? What is the nature of oppression that produces this kind of resistance? Because as we know, from 300 years and more of history of such asymmetrical conflicts, when guerrilla warfare takes place against occupiers or imperialists or colonialists, it's always a certain dialectic between repression and resistance. And resistance, as it were, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The resistance is very much a mirror image of the occupation, except the resistance seems to be, unfortunately, I would put it that way, retail violence, while occupation is a wholesale violence against the people.
Marwan, I appreciate your insights. I want to move away from the historical context now and look at what's currently happening militarily. And let's return to our guests, bring in Raphael Jerusalmy, who is a former Israeli intelligence officer in Tel Aviv, and Patrick Bury, who is a defence and security analyst and former British Army captain. I'm going to start with you, though, Raphael. We've heard tonight the most recent developments coming out of Israel and from the Knesset is an official declaration of war. What, if any, impact will that have on the conflict on the ground?
It will give more power to the government and to the army to take extreme measures, to act fast, to have quick decisions, to strike very hard. I must say that what happened, and I'm happy to have had an example of somebody just before me on the screen to justify raping and killing women and children, which is a very good thing, because this killing of children, this raping, has led Israel to eventually understand who we are dealing with. We are dealing with a faction, a terrorist faction, that we hoped until a few days ago that we could improve the way of life of the people of Gaza. I want to say very quickly and very from the beginning, I want to dissociate the Palestinian people from those people who are attacking Israel in such a way. The Palestinian people, we have no hatred for them, and they have no hatred for us. They are being, as we spoke of public
Raphael,
relations.
I'm just going to interrupt you there. I'm sorry, because you've just made quite a strong allegation in terms of the raping of women. I think we do need to clarify that. As far as I'm aware, we haven't actually heard any confirmation that that is what's been happening on the ground. And as we've been reporting, there have been hundreds of civilian deaths on either side. Perhaps before we go to our other guest, Marwan, I'll just get you to respond to Raphael if we can.
Look, just in a very, sober way, if one can be sober in such tragic times, we know that Hamas held one very particular captive, and that was Gilad Shalit, an Israeli soldier, for a number of years. And then he was released in a prisoner exchange. And what we know from Gilad Shalit himself, after he was released from captivity by Hamas in Gaza, is that basically nothing much happened to him. I mean, in as much as there is anger, frustration, and pent-up violence in Gaza, in the end of the day, the Israeli soldiers was held, was released, and in as far as I could tell from interviews with him, he was remained as he was before he was, got him to be captive by Hamas.
Okay, I want to move on. I want to move on now. Okay, sorry, Raphael, I'll let you explain. I'll let you respond.
I will just ask a question. I do not want to go into this sterile debate of who is the most naughty, the Jews or the Palestinians in this story, and who has perpetrated the most atrocities. This is a sterile debate.
Yes, I agree.
My question again is very simple. In what way do you think that this operation of killing civilians yesterday will improve the quality of life of the people of Gaza? In what way do you think this will advance the Palestinian cause? Do you really believe that by doing this, you are going to liberate Palestine and make Palestinian people happy?
Raphael,
you have been
Raphael,
putting them
I'm
into
the one that
misery
asks, excuse
for
me, sir,
years.
I'm the one that's going to ask the questions here, as much as I appreciate your opinions. And I want to focus, the whole point of this panel is to focus on the military situation at the moment. I think that we can go back and forward about this historical conflict for days and weeks, but what I want to focus on is the military conflict, and that's why I want to bring in Patrick. We're hearing that the White House, particularly Joe Biden, has spoken to the Israeli Prime Minister, and as well Netanyahu has spoken to the White House has spoken to Netanyahu, and he has said that additional assistance for Israeli Defence Forces is now on its way to Israel. What do you think that looks like?
Good evening. I think the first thing would be intelligence support. That's the kind of assets you can move quickly to get over the areas in question and try to give Israel some more plug-in from the US intelligence side. That's usually the kind of thing. Potentially with some high-tech weapons, the Israelis obviously have a very capable arsenal themselves, so it's probably less of a requirement than just getting some extra intel support in the first instance so they can understand the picture, because they've been taken by surprise. I think, as Raphael said, there's an intent thing here, which has been a failure. They've misunderstood Hamas's intentions. And then at the operational level, clearly they've been taken badly by surprise, even though, as history tells us, this holiday season, you should be more aware, more cautious than usual. And there'll obviously be serious political repercussions of this, what looks like also an intelligence, potentially a policy failure as well.
Yes, just on that point, and I'll just stick with you for just a moment. From a military perspective, how hard will it be for Hamas to maintain this level of conflict now that we're hearing some of these superpowers are going to get involved?
Well, I don't know. The superpowers getting involved might be an overstatement. This would be intelligence support. It's no boots on the ground or anything like that. It's kind of the thing you do with allies and partners, of which Israel is to the United States. So, listen, the most interesting thing about this from a military perspective, obviously, is the way that Hamas were able to overcome in a coordinated attack at multiple targets, 5 or 6, synchronized in time, using at first drones against. You've got to remember the wall is basically a bit of a network. It's not just a wall that they've broken through. They've managed to disable the sensors using drones, also knocked out tanks using drones. We've seen that in the Ukraine war. They've used the barrages of, it looks like, Iranian-supplied missiles to get around it through Iron Dome, overwhelm it. And then at the same time, using either gliders or just attack squads, essentially cut through the wire and get into some of the even army bases. I think it raises questions as to Israel's military capability, which isn't a good look for Israel, since it likes to be seen as the strong man and incredibly capable in that region. And potentially there's, speaking to some experts, there's a question mark, have they been too sort of raid and counter-terrorism focused and maybe not expecting this? So I think there's a lot of repercussions to come out of this for sure.
Raphael, what's your response to what Patrick said? As a former intelligence officer, how do you see the US support playing out? Will that come in the form of intelligence?
It will come in the form of intelligence as usual, but it also comes into logistic support. We need more and more ammunition from the Iron Dome system. We had between 2,000 and 3,000 rockets and missiles being shot from Gaza into Israel. So we used a lot of our ammunition, and usually the United States help us to have more weaponry, more munitions. I don't think we do need the American army. I'm sure that Joe Biden doesn't want to have American troops, boots on the ground, and not even the fleet in the Mediterranean. It wouldn't help in any way, because it gives a lot of superiority to the Hamas is that Gaza is a very densely populated area. And it's very difficult to operate there. It doesn't matter if you bring the whole American army. That's not going to change anything, because we're talking about urban guerrilla warfare, which is like from house to house, from street to street, in very narrow, most of the time, streets that, of course, the inhabitants of Gaza know very well, and that a soldier coming in from abroad doesn't know. It gives a tremendous advantage, and it always has been guerrilla warfare as against the regular army. It's a very complicated, intricate situation, especially that in Gaza, because of the density of the population and because the leaders of the Hamas are hiding behind schools and hospitals, makes it extremely difficult to operate. It has to be very surgical and very fast. And we have here a very big problem. That's why the IDF will avoid, as long as possible, to enter with ground forces. There will be, as much as possible, a pounding from the artillery and the Air Force. And that's why today we have asked citizens of Gaza to leave their homes, to go to a beach, to go to a field, but to evacuate their homes, because we are now destroying everything that is a command center or a communication center of the Hamas. And these are usually in buildings inside the city.
OK, I'll just let Marwan respond, because we're talking about the military might of Israel versus Hamas. How has Hamas managed to acquire and amass this huge amount of weaponry, especially rockets, even as it's under siege and given the sanctions?
Well, I'm sure they're not going to give away their secrets, right? But let's put it this way, Emily. as it were, need is the mother of all inventions. And because of the dissymmetry of forces, of power, between Israel and the Palestinian factions, the Palestinian factions had to resort to new creative way in order to confront Israel, in order to defend themselves. And these means tend to be the kind of things that we've seen, the way they could bypass the Israeli wall of security by air or by sea, or digging these countless tunnels, right, as they did in the past. So clearly they have gone from strategy to stratagem. They have tried to devise new, intelligent, creative ways. Some of them are, of course, controversial, but be that as it may, they needed to do that because in asymmetrical warfare, the weaker party cannot face the stronger party face to face. The 18th century warfare is over. In this kind of asymmetrical warfare, as Israel pounds Gaza by rockets and by planes, and that's certainly random, not exactly targeted, because you could never target anything by, launching these sorts of rockets against a populated area. But to say to people to go to the beaches and to the fields, when just yesterday we've heard that the Israelis were in fact bombing the fields. So in Gaza, a prison of 2-3 million people, there is nowhere to go. The only way they can do, in fact, is only swim for it. And you can imagine how ridiculous that sounds.
OK, I want to move on to another issue. Patrick, I'll address this question to you. We know that there are an unknown number of Israeli prisoners that are being held by Hamas. Hamas has used prisoners before like this in the past and managed to gain a lot in exchange. So how do you see them using these prisoners going forward, particularly within the negotiations?
So just to actually pick up on one thing Marwan said, it's all correct in terms of, being creative, innovative, adaptive. They're also Hamas are getting a lot of help from the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, and that point needs to be made. It's very clear. So, and that would be training and weapon support. As to the hostages, the hostages essentially are there as an insurance policy to try to slow down or deter a ground incursion, and also the airstrikes to make it more complex in terms of where they're going to hit. They want to make sure the IDF will want to try to make sure that they're not going to bomb their own civilians who've been held hostage. So it's essentially about a deterrence and about a slowing down of the ground offensive, if it can work in that sense. And finally, then, as you correctly identified, as a bargaining chip in negotiations. But, we're not in the negotiations phase here at all. And the priority, of course, will be for those, if that's what they're to be used as ultimately as a bargaining chip, well, then the Palestinians and the Hamas who's taken them essentially have to ensure their safety, don't they, so that they're not killed. So we shall see.
We've already seen in the past hour or two heavy strikes, heavy bombardment on Gaza City. Raphael, do you think that we will see this conflict turning to the ground? Do you think that the military will turn to offensive operations going forward? And what form will that take? Will that be boots on the ground entering the border?
Yes, it has to be. There's no choice to finish the job. Boots on the ground, because this time it is true we have this problem of the hostages that we want to spare. On the other hand, these hostages are the very last hostages the Hamas will ever put their hands on, meaning the violence of this attack, this surprise attack, the cruelty of this surprise attack have achieved two things: unity in Israel. The Israelis were divided until that attack. It was political chaos. It was a social controversy. Everybody is now united from the top to the bottom, and everybody is united in one thing: to finish once and for all the Hamas. The Hamas yesterday, by performing this attack, has signed its own death warrant. It shall be destroyed. It is the last time they will have hostages. They might be sacrificed or they might be saved, but the priority is to finish once and for all. And because of that, there will be boots on the ground. The advice that is given by most security person, including myself, is to send these boots on the ground as late as possible and to destroy from the air and from the artillery as much as possible, because as was rightly pointed, once the Israeli troops enter Gaza, they will suffer a lot of casualties.
All right, Raphael, Marwan, we only have a few minutes left of the program. I guess I wanted to get your perspective as we talk about military and the politics. We're ultimately talking about people, and we've had hundreds of casualties on both the Israeli and on the Gaza side. Just a final thought from you.
Look, it's horrible, right? The casualties, civilians on either side, on any side. But I think this very particular conflict, we need to go beyond the casualties, because that's not what the leaders really think about, believe it or not. They're not as humane as the rest of us. I think here what we have is a major blow to Israel's strategy, policy, psychology, and so on and so forth. And while the Israelis now are united around Netanyahu because of the tragedy, I think soon enough Netanyahu is going to be deposed, because all these failures happened under his watch. And why did this all happen? And just very briefly, let's summarize 4,000 years of history. The ancient Greece understood it better than anyone else. It's called hubris, arrogance. Arrogance breeds blindness and stupidity. The Israelis were arrogant in 73, and they were dealt a blow. They were arrogant in the 1980s, and they were dealt a blow by the Lebanese resistance. And they're again been arrogant towards the Palestinians, and they were dealt a blow yesterday. It's tragic, but that's just what happened when hubris is the order of the day for Israel.
Now, there's certainly a lengthy historical context that we could spend a long time taking into account. We really appreciate all of our guests' thoughts. Unfortunately, we do have to leave it there, but we will continue our rolling coverage of the war between Israel and Gaza. And I'll just recap, there are more than 700 Israeli casualties and almost 400 Palestinians. Stay with us. We'll have more news in just a moment.
As we become hyper-connected, as our lives and phones consume more data, thanks to streaming and video calls, we can't lay fibre everywhere. But SHailSat's cellular backhaul capabilities mean we don't have to. So no matter where you are, you will always be connected. SHailSat, space to deliver your vision.
In Iran, the head of a mental health hospital experiments with a bold new treatment. The therapeutic power of love. The prescription, romance. Against all odds, his patients embrace the matrimonial remedy. But can wedlock lead to better well-being on his wards? The Marriage Project. Witness on Al Jazeera.
The US is always of interest to people all around the world. People pay attention to what goes on here, and Al Jazeera is very good at bringing the news to the world from here.
Hello, I'm Emily Angwin. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, airstrikes continue to pound Gaza as the Israeli cabinet announces it's at war with Hamas. The number of Israelis killed in the unprecedented attack by Hamas fighters rises to at least 700. The toll for one family. A sole survivor mourns after all of his loved ones are killed in an Israeli airstrike on Gaza. On the ground, fierce battles between Hamas fighters and Israeli forces continue in several areas across southern Israel. Welcome to the program and our rolling coverage of this conflict. Israeli airstrikes are lighting up the night sky in Gaza as it continues to hit the besieged enclave on Sunday. The death toll has risen to 413 Palestinians killed, with more than 2,300 injured. Civilian infrastructure has been levelled to the ground. Airstrikes have hit residential areas, tunnels and a mosque. The Gaza-Israel war, which is now well into its second day, has killed more than 700 Israelis since Hamas launched its biggest attack on Israel on Saturday. Hundreds of civilians and soldiers were shot and killed as fighters stormed in. These are all the towns and cities in Israel which were infiltrated by Hamas. The Palestinian group breached the Gaza barrier at several entry points. Some of the fighters used makeshift paragliders to get past the barrier. They were filmed heading to Zikim, an Israeli coastal town. Near the Gaza border, we seem to have a problem with our graphics there. Israelis attending a music festival fled the scene when fighters entered the area. Israeli media says hundreds of bodies have been discovered there. At the Erez crossing, Hamas used bulldozers to break past the barrier. They later released a video showing fighters breaching a checkpoint and taking captives. We have Rob Reynolds' report. He has all the latest developments from southern Israel.
Palestinian fighters from Gaza infiltrated close to the major Israeli city of Ashkelon Sunday and exchanged fire with Israeli forces. The fighters were pursued, driving a car believed to have been seized from one of the settlements near the Gaza Strip. In a shootout with Israeli troops and police, an undetermined number of Israelis were killed. The fate of the Palestinian fighters is unclear. To the north, near the Lebanese border, explosions in the occupied Shiva Farms and Kfar Shuba Hills on Sunday morning may develop into a serious escalation of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The Israeli army says it has fired artillery shells on Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon. It comes shortly after Hezbollah fighters launched a rocket attack on an Israeli military post.
In solidarity with the Palestinian resistance and their struggle, groups from the martyr commander Hajj Ahmad Mughniya in the Islamic resistance this morning attacked 3 positions of the Zionist occupation in the occupied Shiba Farms area. A large number of artillery shells and guided missiles were fired at the radar site, the Zibdin site, and the Ruwaysat al-Alam site. The sites were hit directly.
In Gaza City, the Palestinians woke up to scenes of death and destruction following a night of Israeli bombardment. Israeli rockets leveled residential homes and business towers across the city. The Ministry of Health in Gaza reports the killing of over 300 people, including 20 children, with nearly 2,000 injured. From this point at an Israeli roadblock about 10 kilometers from the border, we can clearly hear the sounds of Israeli artillery, gunboats in the Mediterranean, and tanks all firing on Gaza. Israel says it's only the beginning of a long campaign to punish Hamas following unprecedented attacks on Israel Saturday.
There are tens of thousands of military personnel in the surrounding areas near Gaza. We will continue to arrive to every settlement until we kill all the gunmen who are inside Israeli territory.
The land, air, and sea attack by Al-Qassam brigades and other groups left hundreds of Israelis dead and many more wounded. The Israeli army has announced the names of 26 soldiers, which it says were killed in the attacks. An unknown number of military and civilians have been taken prisoner by Palestinian fighters. Israeli media quoted unofficial sources saying up to 750 Israelis are still unaccounted for. Details of Saturday's attack continue to emerge. This video, published by the Al-Qassam Brigades, shows its fighters taking control of the Raim military base, headquarters of the Israeli Gaza division. In response to the Israeli night raids on Gaza, Al-Qassam Brigades launched a second wave of attacks, targeting Tel Aviv with more than 150 rockets. The extent of Israel's operation is still unclear, with its army putting out messages to Palestinian civilians in villages around the city of Gaza, telling them to evacuate. That could be a sign Israel intends a land invasion of the Strip. And despite calls for an end to hostilities coming from Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, there's no sign of the immediate offers of mediation that used to follow every previous Israeli war on Gaza. Rob Reynolds, Al Jazeera in southern Israel near the border with Gaza.
We have a team of correspondents covering all angles of this story. Tariq Abu Azum is live for us inside Gaza. Mohammed Jamjoom is in West Jerusalem. Imran Khan is standing by in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. But first, let's head to Washington, D.C., where Rosalind Jordan is following developments from there. Ros, the US President has spoken to the Israeli Prime Minister and promised more assistance. What more do we know about the content of the phone call?
Well, this was the second phone call between Joe Biden, the U.S. president, and Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, in the 36 hours or so since the Hamas attack on Israel started. The president told the prime minister that the U.S. has been engaged in intensive global diplomacy, not just with leaders in the Middle East, but in Western Europe and in other countries as well, to bolster moral and financial support for Israel as it tries to repel this attack from Hamas and as it tries to recover its citizens who were kidnapped during the initial raid on Saturday. The statement from the White House also notes that the administration is now making available assistance that the Israelis have requested as they try to fight back against this attack.
And Ros, the Pentagon's released a statement with some pretty strong words coming from the Secretary of Defense.
That's right. Lloyd Austin has been very much seized of this matter since the attack started early on Saturday. And in a statement, the Pentagon says that the Secretary of Defense is ordering the aircraft carrier class helmed by the USS Gerald Ford, which is in the Mediterranean right now, to move closer to the coastline which the Gaza Strip and Israel share. That is as a show of defense, a show of strength in terms of security, really as a deterrent to other countries or other groups that might want to take advantage of the war that is now taking place between Israel and Hamas. It's also worth pointing out that even though it doesn't go into specifics, the Defense Secretary does note that munitions, among other sorts of material, military support, are now on their way to the Israeli Defense Forces. We have heard from Israeli military analysts and from those representing the military that they need bullets, they need missiles, they need whatever they can get their hands on in order to repel future attacks by Hamas. But we don't know whether the Pentagon is going to be more explicit, but there has been this decades-long commitment to ensuring that Israel has superiority when it comes to its military capabilities.
OK, thanks so much for bringing us up to speed. Rosalind Jordan, our State Department correspondent there. Thank you. Let's head to Gaza now, where Tariq Abu Azum is standing by for us. Tariq, what's the situation where you are? We've been seeing throughout the evening multiple airstrikes light up the night sky. Do you know what the targets have been and if there have been any casualties?
Well, right now the Israel army continues targeting different areas inside the Gaza Strip, but the main concentration this time is on the Ash-Shuja'iyya and Tufah neighborhood eastern the Gaza Strip. Actually, these two areas have been struck by more than 60 air raids during the last couple of hours without having enough information about the exact number of casualties due to the fact that the majority of medical teams cannot really reach or have an access to this region in terms of the intense rhythm of airstrikes. Southern the Gaza Strip, the Israeli Air Forces also destroyed a building affiliated to Shamalach family in the south of the Gaza Strip, causing a number of casualties without any reports of death cases till this current moment. As clearly everyone can see and follow up in the news that the Gaza Strip has been witnessed a diversity of airstrikes during the last couple of hours, aiming to suppress the efforts of the Palestinian militant groups to attack or to infiltrate to the Gaza surrounding settlement as well. The current situation right now is a kind of frequent tranquility and calm that might really change within a few seconds as well.
Tariq, we knew Israel was going to intensify its attacks on this second night of the conflict. How have residents in Gaza been able to prepare, if at all?
Well, they clearly understand that Israel will intensify its level of attacks against Palestinians due to the heavy losses that the Israeli occupation forces tolerated during the beginning of this round of fighting between the Hamas movement and the Israeli occupation forces. Palestinians right now are residing in two general places. 30% of Palestinians are residing in shelters in schools affiliated to the United Nations, while the others are remaining in their houses. We can clearly say that every single place in the Gaza Strip can be a target for the airstrikes of the Israeli air forces.
OK, Tariq, we'll leave it there. Tariq Abu Azum, live for us in Gaza. Before we head to our correspondent, Mohammed Jamjoom, Israel's defence minister says Hamas will soon regret its surprise attack on Israel. Yoav Gallant met with security officials while visiting southern Israel. Israeli forces are struggling to defeat Hamas fighters who have infiltrated several towns in the south.
We will exact a heavy price from Hamas. They'll pay for what they did, and this action will be remembered in Gaza for the next 50 years, and they will regret what they started.
Mohammed Jamjoom is live for us in West Jerusalem. Mohammed, plenty of moving parts to the story, but the one development tonight was that the Cabinet approved the declaration of war. What does that mean, and how will that impact things going forward?
Yeah, Emily, it is significant. And let me just try to walk you and our viewers through this process. It started yesterday. You had the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, announce that the country was at war. Then you had the Cabinet take up the issue. The Cabinet approved the declaration of war. Now, included within the declaration of war is the fact that the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister would get more power, more expansive powers to be able to take specific actions without always having to get the Cabinet's approval going forward. Now, beyond that, there is a step that's going to be taken tomorrow wherein this declaration of war goes to a committee within the Knesset, the country's parliament. They will then vote on, and of course it is expected that they will approve the declaration of war, at which point, possibly several hours after that, the Prime Minister is expected to go before the full Knesset, at which point he will announce that the declaration of war has in fact been approved by this Knesset committee. This is how this process is formalized. This is how this process is made legal within the country. Now, all of that being said, there is, of course, a lot of concern at this hour. People that I've been speaking with in West Jerusalem throughout the last few hours have said they just don't know exactly what's going to happen next. There is a big expectation, of course, that there will be potentially a ground invasion into Gaza by the Israeli military. People are waiting to hear more about that. In the past hour, we had heard that the Prime Minister had been meeting with many security officials at the Defense Ministry in Tel Aviv, and we are still waiting for more details after the end of that meeting. Emily?
Mohammed, what about more locally, domestically? How is this affecting Israel's right-wing government there?
Well, this is such an interesting time, Emily, because what you have now is a time of great polarization in Israel. Before all of this happened, you had the most right-wing government in Israel's history, and you had politicians across the aisle from one another that were, essentially more polarized than ever before. Now, of course, there are a lot of calls for an emergency unity government to be formed in order to deal with this emergency, with this war. So we've heard from the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the Likud party that they have, in fact, made overtures to the opposition to try to form this government. We've also heard from members of the opposition, including former Defense Minister Benny Gantz, who gave a televised address earlier this evening in which he offered to go ahead and join a unity government with the Prime Minister so that they could deal with this emergency. And there is a lot of talk amongst analysts here, and there's a lot of reporting being done behind the scenes in the Israeli press that, in fact, there are talks going on now between the government as well as the opposition to try to get this unity government to come together as quickly as possible. This is not exactly a surprise. At times of crisis, the government will try to unify. People in the country expect it to happen. The question is exactly when will it happen? How long would that government last going forward? And there is also a big question right now about the political ramifications of all this on the Prime Minister, because there is a sense in Israel that this is something that happened on Benjamin Netanyahu's watch, and that people are wondering if he will face repercussions because of what many are calling a massive intelligence and operational failure.
Remains to be seen.
Emily?
Thanks so much for the update, Mohammed Jamjoon in West Jerusalem. Let's go to Ramallah now, where Imran Khan is standing by for us. Imran, what's been the reaction on the ground there? Ramallah has been the scene of army raids in the past. Are tensions high?
Tensions are high, but before I answer that question, let me just bring you up to date. There have been skirmishes throughout the day in various different towns in the occupied West Bank. People have come out in support of Hamas. They've hit the streets. A Palestinian man was actually killed in Jericho in the last 90 minutes. His body has actually already been laid to rest as a result of those protests. On the ground, there is an enormous amount of support for Hamas. Now, one of the ways the occupied West Bank is showing that support is they've actually gone out on strike. This is Sunday night in Ramallah. It should be packed. I've never seen it this empty before. The strike has held throughout the day. Government offices, legal offices, schools, even including those UNRWA schools, the refugee schools as well, all shut down, colleges, universities, etc. Anything that might make a society function simply stopped functioning. They did that because they wanted to show support. Throughout the day in Menara Square, which you can just see down there, we've been seeing sporadic demonstrations, people coming out in support of Hamas. Now, it's very interesting. Normally, when Hamas flags fly on the streets of the occupied West Bank, the Palestinian Authority actually cracks down on them. They haven't done that this time. They know that the sentiment here from the public is incredibly strong. In fact, I've been speaking to people, and overwhelmingly the sentiment has been, well, if you treat people like animals, don't be surprised if they fight back. Now, on the diplomatic front, the Palestinian Authority at the highest levels has been taking calls from the international community, but they have issued a very strong statement to the international community. They've said that they're simply ignoring the plight of the Palestinian people, that the occupation continues, and that is the reason for everything that's going on right now. But they're also negotiating with the Egyptians now. The Egyptians control the Rafah border crossing on their side that goes into the Gaza Strip. The Palestinian Authority want that border crossing to be open so they can get humanitarian aid in. There's been no movement on that so far. So there's a lot of intense diplomacy coming along here. But there has been shock from the Palestinians and clearly from the Palestinian Authority about the scale of this as well. This operation that Hamas is done and is ongoing. So all of this actually leads into the fact that what is the Palestinian Authority's real options? Does it suspend all of the security agreements it has with the Israeli authorities? Does it deal with the Israelis? These are the things that will be clarified in the coming weeks and months. Now, what gets lost in this conversation a lot of the times is the fact that the Palestinians, under international law, do have the right to resist occupation. That's what Hamas are saying. However, the Palestinian Authority has to deal with the Israelis, like I say, on a number of agreements. They're the only people who are being occupied that actually have to give security guarantees to the people that are occupying them.
All right, thanks for breaking it all down for us, as always. Imran Khan in Ramallah. Hussam Zomlot is the Palestinian ambassador to the United Kingdom. He says a century of historical context must be considered.
Do I support my people's quest for the last 100 years for liberation and for ending this occupation and for their very legitimate rights of self-determination and return? Yes. Do I understand the international position? No, I don't. And I think we need to discuss that first and foremost. History did not begin only 48 hours ago in Gaza and around Gaza. History began here, in fact, in this very capital 106 years ago, when Britain, with the US and the West, decided to give away our land without consulting us. The Balfour Declaration, denying us even the definition of peoplehood and nationhood. In the Balfour Declaration, it was declared that we were the non-Jewish minorities, when in fact we were more than 96% of the population owning the majority, the vast majority of the land. And then it continued during the British Mandate of Palestine. They were committed contractually with the League of Nations to prepare us for statehood, and then again they denied us our right of self-determination and statehood. The West continues to do the very same. Denial that the Palestinians have equal rights, complete siding with Israel, and absolutely what we are going to witness in the coming hours and days is going to be heinous. Mass murder will occur. Netanyahu has already declared to the world that he will target civilians. He will wipe Gaza off the map. And the question that we need to be concerned with right now is, how do we stop this? How do we stop the bleeding? How do we stop further illegalities and violations?
Let's take a look now at the latest conversations on social media about the Israel-Gaza war. Laura Khan has been monitoring developments.
The word that's been used over and over from news to social media is that the Hamas military wing's infiltration of the Gaza fence was unprecedented. This video was posted by Al-Qassam Brigades, the military wing of Hamas. From their website to Telegram, they had filmmakers with them recording every moment they wanted the world to see. As they broke through the fence, some of the paragliders were filmed from a party in Israel. Before people fled, many were killed or captured. As they sent thousands of rockets from Gaza, this ex-user posted white streaks of rockets over the skies of Jerusalem. And this was posted from Tel Aviv airport as passengers were told to lay flat on the ground. Within a few hours, people in Gaza took to X to post Israeli airstrikes on Gaza. There has been much criticism across the platforms. Firstly, how Israel could have been blindsided. Journalist Belle True stated on X that it's a birthplace of the world's most powerful surveillance software, but no one saw this coming. And journalist Anshel Pfeiffer says many have been comparing this to what Israelis call the concept, an idea that Israel was infallible before they were surprised 50 years ago when Egypt and Syria attacked in the 1973 war. But he points out a key difference. This is not a war for Israel's survival. It's not facing invading armies. And others took to social media to point out double standards in the outrage expressed over the Hamas offensive, but not the Israeli occupation. Poet Remy Kanazi pointed out that calm is when Gaza is bombed, villages are invaded, homes are bulldozed, journalists are shot. Calm shattered is when Palestinians respond. And cartoons depicting the moment Al-Qassam Brigades broke through the Israeli fence have been shared across social platforms. Cartoonist Mahmoud Arafai posted this of the parachutes across the Gaza fence. And this cartoon from Bisan Arafat depicts a captured Israeli bulldozer ramming through the Gaza-Israel border fence. Thanks for joining us. We'll keep you updated on the latest.
The residents of the besieged enclave of Gaza faced a night of death and destruction as Israeli warplanes launched a series of airstrikes. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Saturday vowed to reduce Gaza to rubble after Hamas's unprecedented attack. Michael Apple has this report.
The extent of the devastation in Gaza is difficult to comprehend. Israel is now at war with Hamas, and the people of Gaza are bearing the brunt of that. This man lost his entire family when his house was destroyed. He's not alone in his grief. The morgue at the Shifa hospital in Gaza is at capacity. Among the dead, 5 children, all from the same family. Amid the fighting, the chaos and the destruction, families prepare to bury their loved ones.
They probably target civilians more than politicians to try and pressure us into giving up. But we're not going to give up, and we are here to stay. This is our land, and we won't abandon it.
Entire apartment buildings, homes, schools, and even a mosque weren't spared in the airstrikes.
What happened to us is complete destruction. We are the Al-Bawab family, and there were 150 people in this building. All of my family's homes have been destroyed.
The heaviest fighting in decades has killed hundreds and wounded several thousand Palestinians. Seven people were in this house when it was hit by Israeli forces. 4 are dead. Israel has cut off electricity, fuel and water supplies to one of the most densely populated territories in the world. Hospitals are overwhelmed and unable to function without basic services. Ordinary Gazans can do little but continue to endure one of the world's worst humanitarian situations, the misery amplified by war. Michael Apple, Al Jazeera.
Let's bring you up to speed now with the latest developments. More than 700 people have been killed in Israel since Hamas launched that surprise attack on Saturday. The high death toll undermines the perception that Israel is always protected with its ironclad security. Let's take a look at how the human cost of this latest war compares to others. In the 2008 war on Gaza, about 1,400 Palestinians and 13 Israelis died before a ceasefire was reached. In 2014, more than 2,000 Palestinians were killed in Gaza. 73 Israelis died, most of them members of the armed forces. And 2 years ago, another flare-up resulted in 250 Palestinians killed in Gaza. 13 people lost their lives inside Israel. Let's bring in our guest now, Mouin Rabbani, who is a non-resident fellow at the Centre for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies in Doha. He joins us from Yerevan in Armenia. Thanks so much, Mouin, for being on the program. Certainly plenty of developments this evening, which I want to get your thoughts on. The first one is the reaction by the US. We have heard from the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, who has described this as an abhorrent terrorist attack. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is effectively functioning as a spokesperson for the Israeli Ministry of Defense, sees this entire issue exclusively from Israel's point of view, exclusively from the point of view of Israel's interests and Israel's objectives. And to him, Palestinians are just irrelevant human scum that need to be removed so that Israel can continue settling and annexing the occupied territories. And this is of a piece with the general Western reaction, where the condemnation has been exclusively against Palestinian organizations, where they have been repeatedly emphasizing what they term Israel's right to self-defense, knowing full well that Israel interprets support for its right to self-defense as a license to engage in the kinds of horrific bombings and slaughter that we've been seeing in Gaza this evening, and acting as if this entire crisis emerged out of a vacuum and did not have a context of 17 years of blockade, of virtually daily pogroms in West Bank villages, of Israeli incursions into the Al-Aqsa mosque complex, of more than half a century of occupation. I could go on, but I think you get the point.
No, I do. And I guess what I want to explain to our audience is that this is not as simple as hero and villain, right or wrong, is it? It's a lot more complex than that. What do you hope that the audience takes away from that statement? What do you hope that they learn from the idea that it's not just black and white in this case?
Well, if your question is whether any party has a monopoly on morality, of course not. That's never been the case and never will be the case in any armed conflict. But we should have a proper understanding of the broader context in which this crisis, which is only the latest of multiple crises that have emerged in recent decades, emerged. And that is that this is a conflict between the occupier and the occupied, between the most powerful nuclear armed military in the region and an effectively virtually defenseless occupied people who have been, former British Prime Minister David Cameron described the Gaza Strip as the world's largest open-air prison, and he was a staunch supporter of Israel. The population of Gaza Strip has been under siege for decades and under occupation for more than half a century, and without understanding this conflict, it makes little sense to try to understand what is happening now. And when people have only condemnation for one party, and that party happens to be the victim in the larger scheme of things, it's not something that deserves to be taken in any way seriously and can be dismissed out of hand from my point of view.
How confident are you that there will be any sort of support once the Security Council convenes? They're expected to hold an emergency meeting in about half an hour's time, Moeen. Do you think anything will come of that? Do you think there'll be any de-escalation?
No, of course not. The general pattern in these things is, well, first of all, as you know, the United States is a permanent member of the Security Council, and therefore criticism of Israel by that body is essentially taboo because it will be vetoed by the United States. The general pattern is that the United States, at the beginning of such crises, will oppose any calls for a ceasefire or a de-escalation in order to give Israel more time to achieve its objectives. Then a certain point is reached where Israel is no longer able to achieve its objectives and becomes in some kind of crisis. And then all of a sudden, Washington begins calling for an immediate cessation of hostilities to pull Israel's coals out of the fire. And I fully expect the same pattern to be followed on this occasion.
Well, we really appreciate your insights and breaking it all down for us in what is a very complex issue. Moeen Rabbani, a non-resident fellow at the Centre for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies in Doha.
Thank you.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, we'll bring you more coverage of the Gaza-Israel war, including the latest breaking news. Do stay with us.
Hello, the weather's set fair across much of the Middle East. More hot sunshine coming through even for this part of the world. Further north, a little more cloud. Maybe that cloud thick enough at times to bring one or two showers towards Cyprus, towards the Levant. So Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, you could catch a shower or two here. Maybe even the odd shower just sliding down into Israel and the occupied territories. The wetter weather will be further north around the Caucasus, sinking further southwards. That eastern side of Turkey, seeing some showers Northern areas of Iraq could catch a shower or two, pushing into the far north of Iran. But generally speaking, we are looking at hot and dry even for this part of the world. Temperatures maybe a couple of degrees above average at present. Hot sunshine continuing across a good part of North Africa. Might just catch the odd rogue shower there into northern areas of Libya. Plenty of widespread showers across West Africa, beefing up once again those showers, stretching right across into the Gulf of Guinea, easing across Cameroon, Gabon. A lot of wet weather there. Northern parts of Angola also seeing some heavy showers. Just noticed on the other side of the Rift Valley, these showers just starting to ramp up as we go through Monday, more so into Tuesday, actually. So even into Rwanda and Burundi, you could see some big showers. Eastern parts of South Africa also with a chance of seeing some showers or longer spells of rain.
Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award. Nominate your hero now.
On counting the cost, UK Conservatives want to win back voters, but will their economic plans convince the British people? We asked the Turkish Trade Minister why his nation is shifting its monetary policy. Plus, we explore the decline of post-pandemic revenge travel. Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.